Hi all, welcome to this match between the Boonville Lumberjacks and the Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs. The Lumberjacks currently riding a 3-game win streak, won 5 out of their last 6 games, and look to extend that red-hot mark as Riley Cahill will step to the mound today, making his 4th start for the Lumberjacks. On the opposite side of the field, we have the Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs, who have lost 2 straight to the Amsterdam Mohawks and the Saugerties Stallions, respectively. They have had 3 days off between their last game and this game, so they are coming well rested here to Hanson Aggregates Field. But in their last game, which was against the Saugerties Stallions, they squandered an 8-1 lead. Their lineup got going really quickly through the first 4 innings, mustering 8 runs, but they ended up losing that game 14-11. Aiden Colagrande had a 7 earned run inning, which spelled the end of the game for the Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs. They were not able to get the job done there. They have also lost 3 of their last 5. The Diamond Dawgs have matched up well against the Lumberjacks this season, though. Currently have a 3-2 record against the squad, including a shutout victory in their last game at Hanson Aggregates Field. And these teams have played a lot of doubleheaders. This is their 3rd doubleheader of the season alone, and the 2nd at Hanson Aggregates Field against each other. Given the rain delays, both of these teams have had to make up games against each other, and they have done so in doubleheader fashion. We'll have another doubleheader here tonight. And in both of those doubleheaders, the Lumberjacks and the Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs split them. The first doubleheader, the Lumberjacks took the first game, ended up losing the second. And then they flipped the script in the second doubleheader with the Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs taking the first game by a score of 9-3. But then the Boonville Lumberjacks are spearheaded by an amazing effort from Drew Turner on the mound to cement a 4-1 victory in Little Falls, New York. But will either of these teams break that streak tonight? That is the big question, as they will both look to take 2 straight here. If the Lumberjacks can get it done, it would mark their 5th straight victory of the season. And they are rolling right now, currently sit in the 2nd place spot in the Perfect Game Collegiate Baseball League's East Division. While the Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs, they were 2nd a couple weeks ago, but they have fallen to the 4th spot after coming along some struggles recently. Something seems to be going on the field right now, as we have a little bit of a delay in the action. Surprising that Riley Cahill hasn't delivered the first pitch yet. It's unclear exactly what is going on right now, but we should be off and ready with this game shortly. And the Lumberjacks particularly have done an amazing job of scoring a ton of runs in their last couple games. Plated 6 or more runs in each of their last 6 games, recorded double-digit hits 4 times during that span. Lumberjacks have had an inconsistent lineup so far, but they are really finding their groove as we head into July and are really putting together some quality performances. Their pitching staff is becoming the main question mark, however, as 2 starting pitchers have been shut down for the season by their college coaches for the Lumberjacks. So it may be hard to replace those guys, especially because the July 1st signing date already passed, which was the last day that any of these teams could sign a player to their active roster that could play in the playoffs. But we are off here in this match. Riley Cahill will first face Ethan Hughes, Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs. And that is the first pitch of the contest right down the plate for strike one. As he puts that in a perfect location. Go up in the count 0-1. Hughes has been red hot recently. He skies that one back. He's a 7-game hitting streak with 4 multi-hit games across that span. He has really been dominant in that leadoff spot for the Diamond Dawgs. And he'll look to extend that hitting streak here tonight. But Riley Cahill with the payoff here. Put that one inside as that one clipped Hughes. He will walk onto base to open the game for the Diamond Dawgs. Bringing up Tyler Jones to the plate. Tyler Jones, another batter in this lineup that has been on a hot streak recently. 3 4-hit games this season, and they've all been in his past 6 starts. In the Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs last game, he went 3 of 5 with 3 RBIs. Was really instrumental in keeping them in that game. That one is going to hit him there, as that'll be the second straight hit by pitch for the Diamond Dawgs. Cahill has let a couple slip away from him to open up this game. And that'll put runners on first and second base with Edwin Sanchez stepping up to the plate. Both men on first and second base. Edwin Sanchez skies that into the air. That's going to be foul there. So in the 3-hole spot, Edwin Sanchez in a perfect position to drive home some runs here. This is where the money is made, this position in the lineup. Edwin Sanchez will hold the mantle. That one is just high there. It's the middle part of that zone. It's going to even the count at 1 here for Sanchez. Sanchez currently boasts a .293 batting average and 5 RBIs this season as he flares that one into opposite field, but Mason Resmondo reads that perfectly, and that is going to be a double play there from Resmondo, who missiles that ball into second base to get Ethan Hughes out there, straying a little too far from the second base bag, and Resmondo, shortstop Angel Santiago, take full advantage of that to get 2 outs here, and that leaves a man on first for the Diamond Dawgs. So excellent defensive play from Mason Resmondo out in right field, as that one is also flared into opposite field, and that is going to get down there for JP Kuzik. He's able to stay patient in the batter's box and drove that ball down the right side for the Mohawk Valley's first hit of the game. And that'll bring up Caden Hart, or John Ramsey, to the plate, the right-handed hitter. The Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs, as that one is delivered there for a strike to open up the count. And Cahill here with the 1-1 delivery puts that just high. So 2-1 count for Ramsey. Again with 2 outs. Still has an opportunity to get some run production here for the Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs. Cahill with the 1-1 delivery puts that one just outside. And they count to 2-1. Cahill has already hit 2 batters in this opening frame. Got lucky with that double play from Mason Rismondo and Angel Santiago, and he delivers that one right down the middle for strike 2. Got Ramsey to hesitate at the plate there, went to his fastball on that one, and Ramsey was not expecting that speed to come off the arm of Cahill. So that will make it a payoff pitch, the right-handed pitcher. And that one is delivered for strike 3 on the outside quarter of the zone. Cahill gets out of the jam, hit 2 hitters to open up the inning, but ends it with a strikeout. And the Lumberjacks lineup will be coming up next.
Now, word from some of our sponsors.
And we are back here with the bottom of the first inning as Brendan Miller steps onto the mound for the Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs. Been one of the better pitchers in this staff for them. He boasts a 2.45 ERA, 1.36 whip, and then 21 strikeouts as well.
Now at number 5, Andy Perez.
And that'll bring up Andy Perez to the plate here to take on Miller. That one is going to be in the dirt there for ball 1. Andy Perez, the leadoff hitter, he has become a staple this spot in the lineup for the Lumberjacks. He will look to get it going for them here, but that is right down the plate. Got that one past him there, as it'll even the count at 1. But Perez, he boasts a .339 batting average this season, one of the highest in the lineup for the Lumberjacks. He also has 14 RBIs this season and is nearing 20 stolen bases, which is one of the top marks in the PGCBL. And that is delivered right down the plate on the inside there. Get Perez looking. Miller has been known to command the strike zone, especially this season. He's a San Diego, California local. Perez just got a piece of that one there to stay alive. So got lucky there as JP Kujic was unable to corral that one behind the plate. So that was weak contact there from Perez. Miller here with the payoff. That one is put just outside, even in the count at 2. But the Boonville Lumberjacks, as I was talking about before, their lineup has really awakened this latter stretch of this season. And they boast a batting average that is 4th in the PGCBL at .281 as a team. Has largely been a recent trend for them. They've always been great at slugging and the most home runs in the league with 11. They haven't hit one in a while as Perez grounds that one to third base. It's fired over to first for the first out of the game. Miller on the mound. Got him to top that one out. Off-speed pitch there. That is going to bring Angel Santiago up to the plate in the 2-hole spot for Boonville. Boonville has really cemented their top 3 in the batting order in Perez, Santiago, and then Chase Triplett on deck. He cuts right through that one early on it. So he'll be down 0-1 to Miller on the mound. Did work that last count full, but was able to get out of it. He got into foul tip through that one for strike 2. So 0-1 count to Santiago. Has really been surging recently for the Lumberjacks. So he boasts a .393 batting average, which ranks 2nd on the team. He deflects that one foul. It was a high inside pitch there, but just got a piece of it. Miller opted to go to that high fastball to get him to bite, and he did get him to swing. But Santiago, too good of an eye for that one, as he deflects it foul to stay alive. And Miller here with the payoff. Puts that one low. So 1-2 count for Santiago. Miller here with the 1-2. That one is deflected foul again. It's the 3rd foul ball of this at-bat. Santiago really battling here against Miller. Working that pitch count early in the southpaw. Miller, he attends Fairfield University in Connecticut. That one is just high there. Opted to go that high fastball yet again. But Santiago lays off that one, evening the count at 2. But Angel Santiago, he went 2 for 5 against Oneonta last night, and he skies that into left center. Caden Hart able to get under it for the 2nd out of the inning. So 2 up, 2 down so far for the Lumberjacks. Bringing up Chase Triplett to the plate. Chase Triplett boasts the highest batting average, highest on-base percentage, and highest slugging percentage on this roster. He also has a team-leading 18 RBIs and 8 extra base hits. He cuts through that one there for strike 1. But Miller, he may opt to use that leverage that he has on the outside part of the plate here to get past the left-handed Triplett. He does have an advantage, can really carve up the zone there. But Triplett, he can hit the ball from all over the zone. He's got an opposite field hits, got a ton of hits that he pulled to right field this season, but he can really do it all at the plate for the Lumberjacks. So he'll look to do that again here. Triplett went 0 for 3 last night, however, and did have a strikeout where he looked through a pitch. He deflects that one to the backstop, evening the count at 2. But he has truly been a revelation for this Boonville roster, as he started the season as primarily a pitcher, pitched 3 innings within the first 4 games of the season without much lineup action. And that is going to be called for a ball there. Pitcher thought it clipped the outside corner of the zone, but the umpire is going to make it full here as Triplet laid off that there. But Triplet's emergence in the lineup happened about midway through June when he had a 2-home-run game against the Utica Blue Sox, which allowed them to defeat them 17-12 as he tops that one out. It's fired over to first base. He's going to sprint that out, and he's not going to be in time. Brendan Miller gets over to first base just before the sprinting Triplet arrives there, as that is going to be 3 up, 3 down for the Lumberjacks heading into the top of the second, with the Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs order set to face off against Riley Cahill. We'll be back with that.
Score at the bottom of the first. Mohawk.
We are back here with the top of the second in this game as Riley Cahill waltzes back to the mound. He'll face Caden Hart, Justin Hurd, and Ryan Stranad, the 6-hole, 7-hole, and 8-hole hitters for the Diamond Dawgs. Caden Hart, another player in this order that has been on an absolute tear. He has 7 multi-hit games in his last 9 starts. He went 2 for 5 in their last game with 4 RBIs and a triple. Tens Virginia Tech. Cahill will have to battle against Hart at the plate as he gets him to top that one out. It's fired over to Andy Perez, who rifles it over to Nimala at first for the first out of the inning here. That one was outside, started toward the inside of the plate and then broke outward. Cahill got Hart to reach his hands over on that one, and that ended up being weak contact and a ground out there for the Lumberjacks field. As they get out to a good start in this inning. Cahill winds and delivers that, and that is right down the inside. Strike 1. Went back to that off-speed pitch there, and that got the spot. He'll be up 0-1 with Justin Hurd at the plate, and he fires that over to Andy Perez, who makes his second play of the inning to get the second out. Andy Perez really a force to be reckoned with on the left side of the infield, become the everyday starter out there, the third base bag, and he again showcases why Jay Gonzalez has such faith in him to patrol that area of the infield. So Cahill gets 2 quick outs in this inning, as he is making efficient work of the bottom half of this Diamond Dawg lineup. And Ryan Stranad at the plate. Cahill will look to go 3 up, 3 down. The 1-0 delivery. Strnad fires through that one. That's going to even the count at 1. 2 outs and no men on. Strnad, typically a catcher for the Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs. But he is the DH tonight for them. Most teams in the Perfect Game Collegiate Baseball League need to rely on 3 to 4 catchers on their roster. This is due to the physical fatigue that catchers deal with, having to crouch behind the plate for each and every pitch. It's not very easy on the knees. Cahill with the 2-1. Fires that one inside. That is going to walk Ryan Strnad, keeping the inning alive for them.
23,
Brandon Hauk rounding out the lineup. The Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs. Hauk is a sophomore at St. Thomas Aquinas who is majoring in criminal justice. You see him on the diamond tonight, but we may see him in the courtroom sometime later. And that one is just low there for ball 1 to Hauk. But to keep this inning alive, Strnad still at first. Cahill winds. That is low and outside. Quick 2-0 count here for Hauk. Hauk has struggled this season. It's a 167 batting average, but he does boast 12 RBIs. He went 1 for 3 in their last contest and nailed one of those RBIs, and that is where he gets a lot of his production, in those high leverage situations at the plate. He really rises to the occasion and can drive runners in scoring position home. He is up in the count 3-0. Cahill has let this slip away from him early. That one is fired right down the plate, right where it needed to be there. Will be a hitter's count for Hauk, who will look to take advantage of it. But the Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs have severely struggled at the plate this season. They rank bottom 6 in the league in batting average, slugging, and on-base percentage so far. Their pitching has really been what has separated them and has kept them competitive in the East Division. And Cahill will walk his 4th of the contest, and some confusion there. Riley Cahill thought that was called a strike by the home plate umpire. Must have deceived him with a hand motion there, because that is going to walk both Hauk and Strnad on the 1st and 2nd. Ethan Hughes will have his 2nd at-bat of the evening. That one is fired in for a strike inside part of the plate. Got that one past Hughes, who again has had an excellent season. .313 batting average. He just has 3 RBIs. Again, that's what you really want to see out of your leadoff hitter, is a high batting average and a high on-base percentage. And Hughes is nearing a 500 clip in terms of his on-base percentage. He is quickly down in the count 0-2 with 2 outs. And that one gets past him there as Cahill ends another inning on a strikeout, getting out of a jam. That maintains this tie game heading into the bottom of the 2nd. The Lumberjacks, middle part of the order, coming up. Carter McKay, Devin Moran, and Miguel Gonzalez look to give Brendan Miller a shot heading into the bottom of the 2nd. All right, we are back here with the bottom of the second inning. Sorry about the inconvenience, y'all. One of cameras just crashed here at Hanson Aggregates Field. Hopefully this one will stay intact, as that is going to be strike three. Miguel Gonzalez at the plate. And that is going to mark the third out of the inning. Carter McKay, Devin Moran, and Miguel Gonzalez go down in 1, 2, 3 order. Brendan Miller continues to command the mound for the Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs. We head into the top of the third with the score still tied at 0. Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs will look to stamp their impact on this game coming up. And we're back here with the top of the third as Riley Cahill steps back onto the mound here for the Boonville Lumberjacks. We'll be facing Tyler Jones, Edwin Sanchez, and JP Kuzik in this inning. Tyler Jones, one of the 2 players that got hit by a pitch in the top of the first for the Diamond Dawgs. And he is a .412 batting average this season, along with a .569 slugging percentage. He has recorded a home run. He also drove in 13 runs. He deflects that foul to open the at-bat. So quick 0-1 count to Jones. Riley Cahill will look to get through another inning unscathed. A lot of these Lumberjacks pitchers have done a nice job of opening games for them. He gets that off speed down for strike 2. A lot of these guys have gotten the pitching staff off to a good start to games. It's been a relative struggle recently, though, as last night's game against the Oneonta Outlaws, the Lumberjacks allowed 3 runs within the first 3 innings of that game and really had to rely on their bullpen to shut things down. But they did rise to the occasion with Lakeil Morris and Will Markwood doing an excellent job of keeping the Oneonta Outlaws lineup at bay. Hold on to that 7-5 lead. That is deflected to Miguel Gonzalez, who tosses it over to Niemela at first for the first out of the inning as Cahill continues to roll. And that is a key out there, with Tyler Jones being one of the most formidable in the Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs lineup. Great start to the inning here from Cahill as he got him to top that one out. And that'll bring up Edwin Sanchez, who flew into a double play to right field in his first at-bat of the night. Mason Rosmondo was all over that as he puts that one on the ground right to Angel Santiago, who scoops it up, tosses it over to Niemela for the second out. The middle of this infield has done such a nice job of consistently fielding the ball and tossing it over to first base. These are routine plays for the field, but nevertheless, an error on a routine play can really mess with the rhythm of a fielding unit. And what Miguel Gonzalez and Angel Santiago have done in the middle of the infield is that they've prevented routine plays from getting away. And Santiago proves that again with his pink sleeve on his right arm out at shortstop. That is quite the style choice there from Santiago. And that one is going to be fired high. Ball one. The Lumberjacks have a lot of characters on this roster. If any of you ever get a chance to meet them, they're quite a humorous bunch. And life's always better when you're having fun playing baseball. The Lumberjacks do a lot of that. It's clear that these guys love playing with each other. That's really all that matters. Alex Rodriguez comes under that one for the third out of the inning, patrolling the center field area. The Lumberjacks get out of it. 3 up, 3 down for Cahill, who continues to dominate. He'll toss it over to Brendan Miller on the mound, who will look to follow suit. We'll be back the bottom half of the Lumberjacks lineup after this. And we are back here with the bottom of the third. Brendan Miller trots back onto the mound. And Connor Tapati will face him to open this inning. Tapati is a relatively low batting average this season. Hasn't been the best at the plate for the squad, boasting a 152 batting average with a 152 slugging percentage. He did have a recent multi-hit game against the Glens Falls Dragons in their 12-2 run rule victory here at Hanson Aggregates Field. He does a very nice job of driving the ball into left field, and given that he is a lefty hitter, stays patient in the batter's box and really can drive it to the opposite field. Yet to see him put down an extra base hit. If you can square up a ball, watch out for that left center field gap with him at the plate. But Brendan Miller has quickly worked himself into a payoff pitch. He does put that one just outside, evening the count at 2. So 2-2 count to Potty. And that one is just outside there. Brendan Miller really looking to get that outside leverage. He nearly got a strikeout against Chase Triplett in the bottom of the first on an outside fastball. He's looking to hammer home that part of the zone, but he gets it down there. That'll be a walk. Okay, could have been a strike, but to Potty. Stays disciplined at the plate and patient as well, as that'll advance him to first. Lumberjacks are in business. The Keel Niemela stepping up to the plate. Niemela has been inconsistent this season with batting, but he has showcased flashes of brilliance in the batter's box. He's just yet to do it at a consistent rate. Has all the potential in the world to be one of the best players in the Perfect Game Collegiate Baseball League. Sent at 6'4", weighing over 200 pounds. He has all the physical tools to really advance to the next level. His brother is currently in the Toronto Blue Jays farm system. That is delivered for a second straight ball. So Niemela staying patient in batter's box. This Lumberjacks lineup has really embraced this type of discipline as they have worked down or cut down their strikeouts while their walk rate has really spiked. But Niemela cuts through that one on the outside part of the plate. Perfect location there from the southpaw on the mound. And that'll even it at 2. So Brendan Miller will have another payoff here to Potty on first base. And he puts that one right up the middle. That is turned over to second base. Just flipped over to first for a double play. Brendan Miller makes up for the walk to open the inning. So he gets not one but 2 there. John Ramsey and Tyler Jones contributing to patrol the middle of that infield. They get that double play to put up 2 outs. And Alex Rodriguez will now step up here for the Lumberjacks. He does not have the luxury of having anyone on base. He does deflect that foul just a little late. Miller has been hammering home that fastball today. And he is really looking to go 9 up, 9 down here. This will be a game very similar to the one last night where the Lumberjacks didn't get going through the first cycle of their order. Took them a little bit to wake up and get the pitches of the starting pitcher down pat. Could be the same situation here in the first leg of this doubleheader as Rodriguez cuts right through that one, evening the count at 2. And Rodriguez, again, another hitter in this lineup that has struggled. He boasts a... Oh, it's going to argue that one there. Thought that was a definite ball. But that is going to be a strikeout to open his night. He's had issues at the plate all season for the Lumberjacks. And that is going to mark the end of the inning here for the Lumberjacks lineup. Brendan Miller goes 9 up, 9 down. And that'll bring out Riley Cahill to counter. We'll be back with that. And Riley Cahill will trot back onto the mound for his fourth inning of this outing. We'll face John Ramsey stepping up for his second at-bat of the night. He struck out to Cahill, his first plate appearance. He'll look to force a different result here. But Ramsey, sophomore at Trinity University, deflects that one down the right field foul line there. But Mohawk Valley, their lineup has really gotten it going their past couple games. Despite losing some of those, they did put up 11 in their most recent performance. And they also had 12 runs in a recent victory against Oneonta. So they can really get the spark going in that lineup. But has been their pitching has let down the lineup's contributions recently. They can put the two together. They are most definitely one of the most dangerous teams in the PGCBL. And Cahill here with the payoff puts that one right down the plate. Gets him to look at that one, as that is going to be the first out of the inning. Cahill continues to deal in his fourth start of the season. So, got the opening out, and that'll bring up Caden Hart, Winston-Salem, North Carolina product. Big bat speed. He cuts through that one on a check swing. Cahill got him to chase there as he fooled him on a breaking pitch. With the 0-1 count, put that one low again, but this time Hart does not let the bat rip, evening the count at 1. But Caden Hart, he was also a running back in high school. He has the build of one too, very muscular man. He drove a home run out past the left field fence in a game against Boonville earlier this season. So a ton of power in that bat. If he can cork up a pitch, it could spell trouble for the Lumberjacks, because the one that he had earlier this season was an absolute no-doubter. But he is down in the count 1-2 here. He has had some strikeout issues, especially early in the season. With the payoff pitch, deflects that one foul to stay alive. Caden Hart still battling here. And Cahill will look to get another strikeout in this game. That one is just high there. Caden Hart working the count a little bit here. Hart does have a .264 batting average and a whopping 16 RBIs this season as he chops that one right to Angel Santiago. Needed to work on that one, but he rifles it to Nimala for the second out. Cahill looked to get through his fourth straight inning, with Justin Hurd stepping up to the plate. And Hurd, he grounded out to third base in his last at-bat. He goes to UAlbany, where he had a .250 batting average in 25 at-bats last season. He can really put down some line drives, record a 46% line drive rate, can really hit down the lines of the field. He takes 2 straight balls, the arm of Cahill on the mound. And Cahill still with no men on to put some strikes down as he fires that into right field. As Mason Rosmondo lost that in the sun there. As that is going to get down there for Hurd. And he got lucky there. Mason Rosmondo got confused. Potentially
Now at bat, number 6.
an arm gesture from the infield umpire. Maybe thought that was an infield fly there. But Mason Rosmondo let that ball get past him in the outfield, as that could be a crucial mistake for the Lumberjacks, with Hurd now on second base and Ryan Stranad looking to drive him home. He also grounded out to third base in the top of the second, but that is delivered right down the pipe for strike one of the count. But in baseball, it's really those mental mistakes that can pile up and sway the outcome of a game, as that is also down the left field side. Andy Perez puts him away. The Lumberjacks spoil the Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs' chances of plating a run in this inning. Riley Cahill has gotten through 4 innings without allowing a single run. Brendan Miller, the opposite part of this pitcher's duel, looked to lock things down just like Cahill did. We will be back with that. And we are back here in the bottom of the 4th. Brendan Miller stepping back onto the mound for the Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs, as he will face bottom part of this Lumberjacks batting order. The 10-hole hitter, Mason Rosmondo, waltzing up to the plate. Rosmondo went 1 for 3 with 1 walk in his last start, which was against the Oneonta Outlaws last night. He is down in the count 0-1 here. He takes that one inside to even it at 1. But Rosmondo, another Florida product on this roster. Seminole State rising sophomore, deflects that one foul there. Got a decent piece of that ball, but not enough to put it in play. Sometimes you just need to rack up some foul balls to really see a ball well. 1-2 count here. That one just misses the outside corner, evening the count at 2 for Rosmondo. Rosmondo is a .226 batting average. He checks through that one. Stranad is going to fire that over to first for the first out of the inning here. Andy Perez comes up to the plate for the second time of the night. Brendan Miller continues to command the mound, and he has yet to allow a hit in this game thus far. Andy Perez had that get a piece of his bat there. The off-speed pitch fooled him on that one. He's not able to attempt to get his barrel there. The 0-1 count, no men on. Perez fires that back. we have seen a decent number of foul balls from this Boonville Lumberjacks lineup. They are seeing the ball. Just Brendan Miller has outmatched them when it comes to payoff pitches. And Andy Perez gets his second straight foul ball there. So he'll be down again, 0-2, with Miller still dominating. Mohawk Valley really does boast a dominant pitching staff as a whole. They ranked 6th in team ERA at 5.00. Also have the 4th lowest whip in the league at 1.51. Also lead the league in shutouts with 3, including 1 against Boonville in their first doubleheader match of the season. They're able to shut them out 1-0 in the second leg. A dominant victory from the staff. That is just high there. Andy Perez able to put a ball on the count. Lays off high and outside pitch. He nearly checked through that one there. Is that going to be called cut? No, he says he did not go on that one. Andy Perez gets lucky there. Miller had him fooled again, but he was able to hold his swing just in the nick of time where it crossed over that boundary line. Here with the 2-2. Another payoff pitch. And his deflected foul from Perez. He's really been working this count on Miller, who has maintained a very low pitch count heading into the bottom of the 4th. With the doubleheader being only 7 innings, gives you more room to allow a starter to finish out a game, especially if they're dominating. But Andy Perez has worked himself all the way back against Miller. So here, the full count delivery, Andy Perez skies that into left center field, but Caden Hart read that perfectly out there and was able to get to the correct spot. Well hit from Andy Perez, but not far enough to be in that left center field gap. And Caden Hart, one of the best center fielders in the PGCBL, able to make an excellent read out there to get the second out of the inning. And Angel Santiago stepped up to the plate for the second time tonight. He flew out to center in his first at-bat, takes a strike inside corner to open this at-bat. And rocking that pink arm sleeve here, takes another side ball. Miller just feels that Miller hasn't really let anything get away from him tonight. He does have that one hit by pitch to his name, which was recorded against Devin Moran. But other than that, there's no blemishes this game, and he gets out of another inning here. Still, no hits on the board for the Lumberjacks. So we head into the top of the 5th, where Riley Cahill have to shut this Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs lineup down again. We'll be back with that.
Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs 0, Boonville Lumberjacks 0.
And we are back here, the top of the 5th inning in this pitcher's duel between the Lumberjacks and the Diamond Dawgs. Just as the Lumberjacks started the inning Their bottom hole hitter, Brendan Hauk, will be stepping up to the plate to open the top of the 5th, the 9-hole spot for the Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs. He advanced on a walk in his first at-bat of the night. Hauk really thrives when men are on base with those 12 RBIs, despite only boasting a 167 batting average. Nevertheless, he's not going to have anyone on here to open up the inning, but it'll be crucial for the Diamond Dawgs to get on base, especially with the top of their order lurking.
Now at bat number 23.
And Riley Cahill continues to have a great start. Just completed his redshirt freshman season at Dayton, where he had a 9.00 ERA in only 5 innings pitched. He's getting a ton more action in the Perfect Game Collegiate Baseball League in summer ball. The number 39th ranked right-handed pitcher in the state of Ohio. Guess there's not much to do there except for play baseball, but definitely have some good ball players out there. That delivered for a strike there. It's going to go in the dirt, even in the count of 1 apiece. But Cahill, unlike Miller for the Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs, has had some times where he struggled through this game, even though he hasn't allowed a single run. Despite that, he has walked 4 Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs hitters onto base with 2 hit by pitches. So although he has only allowed just 1 hit on the night, he hasn't commanded the strike zone in the same way that Miller has. He has worked himself into a hitter's count situation here, and that is going to be the 5th walk for Cahill.
24, Ethan Hughes.
As the Diamond Dawgs get out to a good start in this inning, bringing up Ethan Hughes, hit by a pitch in the top of the 1st and then struck out in the top of the 2nd to end that inning. But he will have a man on base here. Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs, the top of their order has been particularly blistering hot as the season has drawn on. Cahill, still a man on first. Hanson delivers Hughes, attempting to put down a bunt, but that one tracks foul. Not a bad idea, especially with 0 outs, to advance a runner into scoring position here. Steve Luby opting to do some situational hitting here. So the 0-1 count. That one is going to be put down right in front of Cahill. It'll advance Hauk to 2nd, fired over to 1st. And that is going to get away from Santiago there, as no one was covering 3rd base. Miguel Gonzalez did not realize that no one was covering the bag there, as Hauk is going to round the bases, and that'll be the 1st run of the night for the Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs, who lead the Boonville Lumberjacks 1-0 off a crucial fielding error from Miguel Gonzalez.
Now at bat number 8, Tyler Jones.
And that is not what you want to see. Cahill pitching an absolute gem of a game, and the field is responsible for Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs plating that run. You have to wonder what Miguel Gonzalez was thinking on that one. That one is topped out right to Angel Santiago, who gets over to Nimla, but he's unable to corral it there. Angel Santiago didn't give him the best throw on that one, as it chopped up to the mitt of Nimla there. Wasn't the cleanest exchange, as that'll be the 2nd straight error here for the Lumberjacks, as their field has been unable to lock things down. Edwin Sanchez will step up here in his 3rd at-bat of the night. fires that over to first base there to check up on Jones out of the first base bag. He does have decent speed there. And Edwin Sanchez in the 3-hole spot. One of the hitters that Steve Luby really trusts in high leverage situations. You see on every single MLB roster, the 3-hole is typically a position where the big money guys are, display both contact and power prowess. That one gets past Sanchez on that one. The 1-2 count. Cahill will have another payoff pitch to work with. And with a man on first and Tyler Jones, Edwin Sanchez deflects that foul to stay alive. It's a little off the zone there, but Sanchez able to reach out and get a piece of it to sky it foul, and he stays alive. Still a 1-2 count here. And Cahill continues to check up on Jones out there at first, keeping him at bay. Doesn't want him straying too far away from that first base bag. And that is put in the dirt there, and will get past Connor Tapati, advancing Tyler Jones to second. A wild pitch from Cahill. Again, has struggled with control this season. And that was on full display there, which allowed Tyler Jones to work his way to second. So 2-2 count. That one's also low there. So 2 straight balls. One that nearly hit the dirt again. Cahill. Sanchez has an opportunity to bring another one home. Cahill winds and delivers, puts that one outside as he lets that count slip away from him. Walking his second batter of the inning. And this is where you don't want to see a lead balloon for the Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs. Crucial spot for the Lumberjacks to keep in striking distance, as innings like this can quickly get out of hand. JP Kuzik steps up. That is inside there. Cahill has missed on 4 straight pitches. You have to wonder if the fielding mistakes have rattled him, can really dent a pitcher's confidence when he isn't backed by his field. And that trust between a pitcher and his defense is crucial for any arm success. Could be that Riley Cahill is lacking some trust in that field right now. Was talking earlier about how well the middle of this infield has played. But 2 straight errors from Miguel Gonzalez and Angel Santiago have extended this inning here, as the Lumberjacks have only been able to muster 1 out in what should have already been the end of this inning. And Cahill down again in a 3-0 count. He puts that one right down the plate on Kuzik. So 3-1 to him. He'll have a hitter's count. Men on first and second base. Cahill with the hitter's count delivery. Kuzik fouls that one back. Cahill will have another payoff pitch to work with here. He is a senior at Fairfield. Some chemistry with Brendan Miller on the mound, given that they both go to the same college. And that one is fouled back yet again. Kuzik staying alive here against Cahill, whose spirits are already dwindling from the run that was put up Never should have been. The 3-2. Cahill winds and delivers that. Kuzik able to flare it out to center field. And that one gets past Alex Rodriguez out there. He didn't have a good read on that one. Fires it into the relay man, Angel Santiago. And there's going to be a play at home here. But Tapati is unable to corral that one as the Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs play 2 off the bat of J.P. Kuzik. Alex Rodriguez unable to read that one well, as it looked like he had a good jump on it, was just a little bit out ahead of it in center field. And that'll put the Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs up 3-0 off another fielding mistake. Should have been a flyout for Kuzik. And Steve Luby opting to be very aggressive on the base paths, setting another man home. Angel Santiago fired that in to Connor Tapati, and the throw was out ahead of the base runner, but Tapati unable to get it in his mitt and apply the tag. So fielding errors all around, as the Lumberjacks have been playing sloppy in the bottom of this 5th inning, which has really driven these runs home. And that is not something that you want to see if you are Jay Gonzalez. This team has been so disciplined and so good in the field throughout this season. It has not been the case tonight, as Ramsey skies that one to Chase Triplett out in left field to get the 2nd out of the inning.
Now at bat number 29, Caden Hart.
But Caden Hart will step up here with Kuzik still on second base. The Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs taking a commanding 3-0 lead. And just like that, they are in control of this game here at Hanson Aggregates Field. Boonville has, again, really struggled against this particular team this season. They have winning records against every other team they've faced, or tie records. But the Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs are the only team that they have a losing record against. And they are demonstrating that again here tonight. Simply, some teams just have others' numbers. Cahill delivers that for strike 2. Slider that got Caden Hart well ahead. And Cahill with the payoff gets it past Hart, and that'll end the inning, but not before the Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs plate 3 off some fielding errors from the Boonville Lumberjacks. And they will look to respond heading into the bottom of the 5th, where they'll meet Brendan Miller at the mound. And Brendan Miller trots out to the mound for the 5th straight inning. He's left this Lumberjacks lineup dazed and confused throughout this game thus far. But if anyone can be a spark plug for the Boonville Lumberjacks, it is none other than Chase Triplett, who will step up here for the second time tonight to face fellow left-hander Miller. Again, doesn't really matter if Triplett is facing a right-handed pitcher or a left-handed pitcher. Can hit anybody. That one is going to be low there. Breaking pitch for Miller. Again, Miller, he is a sophomore at Fairfield. Pitched over 20 innings in his first collegiate season, allowing 29 earned runs from one of the most beautiful areas of the country in San Diego, California. One of the only California players in the Perfect Game Collegiate Baseball League. There are a lot of summer leagues out in California, particularly the Orange County Summer Collegiate Baseball League. This is where a lot of California's top talent goes to play. Triplett worked a hitter's count. Miller on the mound. It's safe to say there's a reason why he would want to pitch away from Triplett. And that one guts in the dirt for the first walk of the game. Lumberjacks still haven't recorded a hit, but they will take anything with Miller on the mound. Triplett gets the inning out to a good start with Carter McKay stepping up. Carter McKay grounded out. He struck out in his first bat, just in the bottom of the second. He's missed 6 straight games, taking the trip back to Arlington, Tennessee. Appears to be some fireworks that just started around here. That was a loud bang that echoed through Hanson Aggregates Field just now. But McKay may have to shake off the rust a little bit at the plate, as he hasn't taken a swing in over 7 days, and that is going to be delivered for strike 2, as Miller working well against the left-handed hitter, making up for the walk that Chase Triplett drew. Miller with the payoff here. Fires that just outside. Again, opting to pitch away from McKay at the plate. And it's safe to say why. McKay really has a strong pull ability. We saw that with his lone home run of the season, where he blasted a shot right over the 320 mark there in deep right field. Hasn't flashed much opposite field hitting ability, and Miller has definitely done his homework against him. He did almost put that one fair there, but it does track as the left field line. It's a little bit behind on that one. And similar to some other players on this Lumberjacks roster, Carter McKay was a football athlete as well. And he gets that one past McKay on the outside part of the plate. He strikes him out for the second time tonight. Bringing up Devin Moran. Look to avenge his fallen teammate in McKay. And Moran, he was the line of player that got hit by a pitch in his first at-bat. Now it is delivered high there for ball 1. And Miller winds and delivers here. That one is put high and outside for second consecutive ball. And Miller has traditionally been a bullpen piece for the Diamond Dawgs. With his pitch count climbing, could be resulting in him losing some control of the strike zone. That is typically what happens with pitchers, that once they get fatigued, it is harder to really command that zone and hammer it. As we have seen Miller start to lose his grasp on the zone in this inning, but he does get one past Moran there to even the count at 2. But Miller, this is his only second start of the season, and he is making quite the impression tonight for Mohawk Valley. He delivers the payoff. Gets Devin Moran to foul that one down the third base line. That one landed fair. It was going to go straight into that left field gap. But it got foul before the third base bag. Bring up another payoff pitch for Miller. And he gets him out there, as that was a nasty breaking pitch that tracked high and deceived the eye of Moran at the plate as he records another strikeout in this contest, his second of the inning in back-to-back fashion for the Southpaw. And Miguel Gonzalez will now step up. He struck out looking his first at-bat and cuts right through that first pitch there. So 0-1 count here for Gonzalez with triplet on first. And he puts that one right up the middle there. That'll be the first hit of the night for the Boonville Lumberjacks here. Ends the no-hit game from Brendan Miller. And that could deflate him on the mound with Connor Tapati coming up. And the wait is finally over for the Lumberjacks. Wasn't the best contact off the bat of Miguel Gonzalez, but nevertheless, a hit is a hit, and he put it in the perfect naked spot of the infield, which is right up the middle. And he got good enough of a piece on it that John Ramsey and Tyler Jones would not be able to sprint over to it. Connor Tapati opens up his at-bat, taking a first pitch strike, and he cuts through that one. Couldn't hold up the check swing. It's quickly down 0-2 in the count. Kuzik looks to be a little shaken up on this one. But Miguel Gonzalez, he has really been getting a streak going at the plate. That is his 5th straight game with a hit. He extends that hitting streak. Last night he went 2 for 4 with 2 RBIs. He reached on an error as well. But he is really finding his groove at the plate for the Lumberjacks. And with men on first and second, that one is delivered for a ball. So 1-2 count. Miller, who has been excellent with his approach, specifically against left-handed hitters, will look to punch Tapati out to end the 5th inning. And he's here with the payoff. That's going to be called time. Tapati wants another minute, another second to deliberate what Miller is going to do here, but he commands such a wealth of different pitches that put hitters on their toes, and he has been displaying that tonight. And he puts that one low there. So 2-2 count. Tapati been able to work his way back into it. The Boonville Lumberjacks, prior to this game, seemed as if every at-bat was a quality one, with the respective batter battling against the pitchers, and that is going to be delivered for a ball that just got outside part of that strike zone. Tapati has been able to draw 3 straight balls to work this count to full. This could be a turning point here for the Lumberjacks if Connor Tapati can get something down. Miller with the full count looks back at Triplett. Another timeout from Tapati. Calls time again, and that has been working to really ice Miller. We saw him go to that with the 1-2 count. He goes back to it again here. Maybe second time's a charm as well for Tapati. Again with the payoff. Nearly got that one to fit into the zone, but that is going to walk Connor Tapati. As he's now worked himself into a bases-loaded jam with Akil Niemela stepping up to the plate. That was Tapati's second walk of the night. Niemela grounded into a double play in the bottom of the third inning, but he comes up here in a crucial situation. The Lumberjacks could make some progress on this lead, and that is going to be ball one there, just outside of the strike zone on that one. For Niemela, who wisely lays off that pitch. And this is Niemela's perfect time to really break out in this lineup, deflecting that one foul. With Niemela, seems like we haven't seen him fully blossom as a Lumberjack. We're still waiting to see his potential. But that doesn't mean he won't be able to reach some new heights here in Boonville. He just completed his first year at Florida Tech. El Rico, Florida local. And he really can start something special here for the Lumberjacks. He deflects that one foul there, so second straight. He's seeing the ball decently well in this at-bat. Just got under both of those pitches for Miller. But the question is, will Miller, just speeding up Niemela, go to his off-speed arsenal to get Niemela out ahead? That has been really clicking for the southpaw at the mound. And he gets it past him on a fastball there. Went aggressive on that one. And that is the third out of the inning. Brandon Miller works out of another.
Your score at the bottom of the fifth.
And he
Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs 3.
maintained
Lumberjacks
a
0.
scoreless resume in this game. And he is well on his way to potentially completing this game and getting another shutout for the Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs in what could have been Boonville's most opportune time to get some runs on the board. They squander it there. And Miller
Warming up on the mound, number 33.
really in his full groove right now. Max Martsolf comes to the mound to relieve Riley Cahill. Another southpaw pitcher will be back with the top of the sixth after this. And we are back here with the top of the sixth. Max Martsolf waltzing out to the mound.
Number 27.
Graduate from Florida Atlantic University. Posted a 4.60 ERA in his last season there. He has been excellent this season for the Lumberjacks. He has not allowed an earned run so far throughout his outings. And he has pitched 6 innings and racked up 7 strikeouts. Left-handed pitcher is really one of the most valuable assets that you can have on a roster. And Martsolf is one of the only southpaws on the Lumberjacks. It's very key that Jay Gonzalez and Howie Krause went out and got Martsolf. He is poised to be a crucial piece of a potential postseason run for the Lumberjacks, who have missed out on the playoffs in their first 2 years of existence, but have racked up a 14-8 record this season. Already has more wins than either of their first 2 seasons. Martsolf gets his 8th strikeout of the season, getting past Hurd there.
Now with bat number 6, Ryan.
That'll bring up Ryan Stranad to the plate. Stranad walked in the top of the 2nd and proceeded to ground it out in the top of the 4th. Martsolf delivers that just high there. Ball 1. But D1 experience is what can really separate you in a league like the Perfect Game Collegiate Baseball League, where you have a lot of guys that played at the JUCO or D3 level. D1 prospect sometimes be a gem here, and Martsolf is one of those prospects. He has simply just dominated opposing hitters this season. And with a 2-1 delivery, he gets that out in front of Stranad for 2nd strike of the at-bat. Evening the count at 2. Martsolf looked to get back-to-back strikeouts. It's the right-handed Stranad. Stranad able to deflect that one to stay alive. But what is really valuable in a reliever is that a lineup has gotten so used to a specific starter on the mound that when a reliever comes in, it's almost like a blank slate for the pitching staff. All these pitchers have different arm angles, different releases, and different pitches that they boast. It can be hard to adjust to some of these guys that have such unique pitching styles. And that is why, especially once a starter gets fatigued, you see so many coaches really emphasize the importance of having a good bullpen. In the MLB, it's what really separates you from a World Series contender from a pretender, and that is going to be put past Stranad on an inside fastball from Martsolf, 2nd straight of this outing. And Brandon Houck, bottom part of the Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs order, will be up. Houck has drawn 2 walks so far. That is put outside. Martsolf has really eased into a lot of these counts, having to throw them some balls first. And then goes right into hammering the strike zone, and that is the case there, putting it right down the plate, evening the count at 1. But even for right-handed hitters, adjusting to a southpaw on the mound can be difficult, just because you get so used to seeing these right-handed hitters and pitchers, and seeing the type of pitches they command that can really put you off kilter in the batter's box when you have to go up against a southpaw, even though it's technically an advantage to be a right-handed hitter against a left-handed pitcher. But nevertheless, that reinforces the value that a lot of these guys have, especially if you're a southpaw. And that is dribbler right in front of Angel Santiago, who fields it cleanly, fires it over to Niemela, who's unable to apply the tag there. drifted off the bag, as that is another throw that went awry from Angel Santiago. There's been 2 of those plays from the shortstop that have simply just gotten away from him. He's rushed his motions, and that one is far to the left of Niemela, unable to apply the tag on Hauk there, sprinted over to first. And that is going to get foul there. Hughes in top of the order, the plate. But Hughes, though he's hit by a pitch, he struck out and then put down a bunt in the top of the 5th, which actually ended up resulting in the Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs' first run of the contest. A slew of errors in the field allowed Hauk to score, ran all the way from first to home on a ball that didn't even leave the infield. It went into foul territory, but Hughes was the one that initiated that with a bunt, and that is sky high there. But Alex Rodriguez gets under it. That'll be the 3rd out of the inning, as Martzolf gets out of it, heading into the bottom of the 6th, where the Boonville Lumberjacks lineup is running out of time to cut into this lead. We'll be back with that.
Now word from some of our
And we are back here with the bottom of the 6th. As Matthew Kahn comes in to relieve Brendan Miller, who in his 5 innings pitched allowed just 1 hit, which was off the bat of Miguel Gonzalez. Hit a grounder right up the middle of the infield. Nearly had an outing where he didn't forfeit a single hit. But Matthew Kahn will step up to the mound. He has a 1.46 ERA this season, 1.38 whip to go along with that. 16 strikeouts across just over 12 innings pitched. Has been one of the most dominant pitchers in this Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs staff. And they are really going to their superstars on the mound in the opening leg of this doubleheader. Alex Rodriguez will be due up to open the inning. That is fired high and outside to open the at-bat. But Rodriguez struck out looking in his last at-bat, which was in the bottom of the 3rd, and that is delivered for a strike on the outside part of the zone. 1-1 count here. Rodriguez make something happen to open up this inning against Kahn. Again, it can be so hard to master a pitcher's ability to command the zone, especially when you haven't been seeing their pitches throughout the game. That is what that's the type of comfort that relievers give you as a coach, And with Matthew Kahn, who hasn't made many mistakes this season, can be hard to get past him. And he gets Rodriguez out in front of that one, as that'll be his second strikeout of the night. Matthew Kahn gets off to a good start in this outing. It's the first out of the inning, with Mason Resmondo stepping up to the plate.
Mason Resmondo.
And Alex Rodriguez's struggles continue into this game. 109 batting average on the season, just 4 runners batted in. So Mason Resmondo takes a first pitch strike there. Struck out in his first at-bat of the night. Kahn, the 0-1 delivery, puts that one in the dirt. Tried to get him to chase on some junk there, but to no avail. Mason Resmondo, another player that has really been disciplined at the plate, lays off that one. It's going to take more to get past Resmondo. Pitches that are well outside of the zone. So with the 1-1 count, he gets him to check swing on that one. Couldn't hold his bat up. That'll be the second strike on Resmondo. 1-2 count, 1 out, and no men on. The Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs staff still spearheading this effort. And that is put right on the outside of the zone. Kahn with back-to-back strikeouts to open the bottom of the 6th. And the Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs are still in business. They're in cruise control as they look to get the final out of the bottom of the 6th. The Lumberjacks have racked up 9 strikeouts across just 6 innings as Andy Perez takes that first pitch right down the middle. Good breaking action there from Kahn. Andy Perez has gone 0 for 2 tonight. Ground out and a fly out in this game. He really doesn't strike out much at the plate, so it'll be hard for Kahn to go 3 up, 3 down on just strikeouts here. And that is delivered there for ball 2. So 2-1 count for Perez. This is the top of the order here for the Lumberjacks. They're going to get started. It is likely to be initiated by this part of the lineup as that one is put into the dirt. Ball 3. So hitters count for Perez. Still in a 3-0 hole. Lumberjacks likely going to need to act quickly to get back into this game. Kahn winds and delivers that, and that is high and inside. Kahn, after 2 straight strikeouts, earns a walk. And Angel Santiago will come up here. He's had 2 flyouts tonight and a slew of fielding errors as well. He's committed 2 on the night. Last time the Boonville Lumberjacks field has played this poorly, they amassed 6 errors in their first game against the Glens Falls Dragons, where they ended up losing 5-2. Andy Perez was sent on that one, but Angel Santiago does deflect it foul. So Perez's efforts will be needed for another time as he will trot back to first base. But again, this is where the Lumberjacks can really start something and muster up a 2-out rally. Angel Santiago is one of those hitters that'll be key for this Lumberjacks to build a comeback. And if anyone can do it, it is the Lumberjacks. They've had numerous comeback victories this season. But you have to wonder, with another game on the horizon, will they just fan this one in and return stronger in the second leg of this contest? And that is going to be just outside there. So Santiago able to draw 2 straight balls. Great eye there from Santiago. That one was close to clipping the zone. Continuing to hammer away at Perez on first base. He knows that he's likely going to get a good jump here. Kuzik must be prepared for a potential steal attempt, as that one is going to be delivered for a strike on the outside of the zone. Angel Santiago looked through that one there, checked his swing up, was in a very similar position to that last pitch, but the umpire makes a different call this time. The count is evened at 2. Let's payoff pitch here. That one is put outside for strike 3 there on Angel Santiago, as that'll mark the end of the inning for the Lumberjacks. The Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs maintain their 3-0 lead. Going into the top of the 7th, we'll be back with Max Martzolf on the mound.
Boonville Lumberjacks 0.
And we are back here with the top of the 7th. Max Martzolf returns to the mound. He got 2 strikeouts in his last inning pitched. Jay Gonzalez opting to go to him again here.
Now with that, number 8.
Jay Gonzalez needing to really deliberate how he's going to get his bullpen involved in this game. Martzolf will likely not pitch in the next doubleheader game, so it's almost as if Martzolf is wasting an outing here. Tyler Jones flares that one foul, a little bit behind on that ball. But as a coach, you really do have to be wise in a doubleheader with what pitchers you're going to use in what particular situations. If I were Jay Gonzalez, I would have saved Max Martzolf to potentially close out a game, especially given the pitching staff's thin depth. That one is flared to Andy Perez out there, who rifles it over to Niemela at first. The first out of the inning. Jones has gone 0 for 3 tonight. His hitting streak is in jeopardy here. He'll likely not be able to get another at-bat in this contest. So one early out here for Martzolf at the mound. That one is delivered for a strike right down the plate. Martzolf continues to deal and allows the Lumberjacks to stay within striking distance. It's still a 3-run deficit. That is not that many runs in the grand scheme of things, especially in the PGCBL when runs can really rain down on you like thunder. And that is going to be called for a strike 3 on Sanchez as Martzolf gets his 3rd of the outing. But to get the last out of the inning with JP Kuzik stepping up to the plate. Kuzik doubled in the top of the 5th, which brought in 2 runs, 2 out of the 3 that the Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs have posted. But it was a mental mistake out in center field from Alex Rodriguez. Didn't read the ball well off the bat. You have to have amazing reflexes to be a good center fielder. He did not react to that one well as he rushed inside the field to attempt to field it, but it skied over his head. Kuzik grounds that one to Angel Santiago, firing it over to Niemela at first for the 3rd out of the inning. Martzolf able to get out of another inning. The Lumberjacks are down to their last 3 outs, heading in to to the bottom of the 7th. They'll have one more opportunity to steal this game away from the Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs. We'll be back with that. We are back here. The Lumberjacks down to their final 3 outs, and Chase Triplett coming up. Open the inning for this Lumberjacks lineup. Jake Beck be on the mound here for Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs, boasting a 3.00 ERA in 2 appearances this season. He's allowed just 1 earned run across 3 innings pitched. And that one is put on the outside part of the zone for strike 1 to Triplett. Triplett, definitely a hitter that can get things going quickly for this squad. He walked in his last at bat and he skies that into left center field. That ball is tracking, that ball is deep, and that ball is caught by Ethan Hughes out in left center field there. Chase Triplett got an amazing hold of that ball and drove it into opposite field, but it didn't carry enough as that died at the warning track, and Hughes able to make a hopping grab that left center field gap to steal a double or triple away from Triplett. That'll bring up Carter McKay to the plate. Carter McKay so flares that one to opposite field, and that is going to get caught out there by John Ramsey, making the run all the way from his shortstop position to left field. 3 Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs were tracking that ball, but John Ramsey comes down with it for them. The Lumberjacks are now down to their final strike. Jake Beck only pitched 3 pitches, but has gotten 2 outs against left-handed hitters. Devin Moran will be the last hope here for the Lumberjacks, as that one breaks to the outside part of the zone. The Lumberjacks have only been able to record 1 hit in this contest so far. That is not a recipe for success. Devin Moran takes a pitch right down the middle there. Even in the count at 1. Down to their last 2 strikes here. Beck winds and delivers that, and that is put right up the middle there. But John Ramsey fires it over to first for the final out of the game. Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs able to capture the first leg of this doubleheader getting their fourth shutout of the season against the Lumberjacks tonight. It's their second against Boonville.
Just after a short break.
And the Lumberjacks lineup really struggled against the Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs pitching staff, as they were
The next game will be
only able to get one hit against three different Mohawk Valley pitchers, Matthew Kahn and Jake Beck, shutting things down. The Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs. Brendan Miller was the one that got it started for them with spinning 5 scoreless innings. We'll be back with the second leg of this doubleheader after we take a 25-minute break. Hey everybody, we are back here with the second leg of this double header between the Boonville Lumberjacks and the Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs. Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs able to take the first game by a score of 3-0, shut out the Lumberjacks and allowed just one hit throughout that entire contest. Lumberjacks lineup has been excellent as of late, leading 6 or more runs in each of the games prior to the first leg of this doubleheader. Again, only able to muster that one hit. They have recorded 4 double-digit hit games across that 6-game span. Their lineup cooled off in the first leg. They'll look to get back on track as Quinn Oliver will take the mound here for the Lumberjacks, making his 4th start of the season. Posts a 7.62 ERA, 1.85 whip, 13 strikeouts with an 0-2 record. He will face Ethan Hughes, who led off the last game for the Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs, where he went 0 for 3 with a strikeout. He has been red hot at the plate for the Diamond Dawgs as he takes 2 early balls. His first at-bat of this contest. Quickly in a hole, Oliver will need to work out of it. He delivers that right down the plate. A blistering fastball that got past Hughes. That is a way to work yourself back into account. Hughes goes to Warren University and he drives that into right center field, and that ball is gone on the first at-bat of the game here for the Diamond Dawgs. Hughes sent that way deep right center field. That was a no-doubter from the right-handed hitter. He got all of that ball. Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs pick up where they left the first leg of this doubleheader and blast a home run to open this contest. That is Pugh's first of the season. Being able to really thwart a pitch to opposite field is what can separate you as a hitter, and Hughes did that just now. That'll bring up John Ramsey, placed later in the lineup in the first leg of the doubleheader. Was moving up to the 2-hole spot in this game. But what a way to start it for the Diamond Dawgs. That is exact opposite of what you want if you are the Lumberjacks. As Ramsey splinters that to first base where Carter McKay is there. Touches the bag to get the first out of the inning.
Edwin Sanchez.
That brings up Edwin Sanchez in the 3-hole spot for the Diamond Dawgs. Sanchez went 0 for 3 first leg of this doubleheader, and he cuts through the first pitch of the at-bat on an off-speed pitch that really sunk that outside part of the plate. Deceived Sanchez there. That's fired inside for ball 1. Able to work it back. 1-1 count here. But if you're Oliver, you can't let that start affect you. It's hard to build momentum as a pitcher when you allow a first home run to open the game. It's the first home run that Oliver has allowed on the season. It's how he responds that matters, though, as he fouls that one back. Sanchez 2-2 count, and Oliver will have a payoff pitch here to work with. Oliver winds and delivers that, and that is put low there. Ball 3, making it full. And Sanchez, he was able to draw a walk in the top of the fifth of the first leg's game. Will he be able to draw another one here? And that one is flared out into that left center field area. Triplett cuts it off nicely and fires it over to Garrett DeHart in the middle of the infield to keep Edwin Sanchez at first. Been able to rattle off 2 hits to open this contest. And the Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs really relying on their hot lineup to do some damage in the top of the first inning. Oliver fires that one low for ball 1. So 1-0 count here for JP Kuzik. And that is low there again. So 2 straight. That didn't even scratch the zone there from Oliver. It's such a mental battle. Very mentally tough to be a quality pitcher. And Oliver must be going through that right now. You just have to dig in if you're on the mound, spotlight on you, and get the job done. Question is, will Oliver be able to do just that? And he clips the inside of the zone on that pitch. Perfect spot there from the right-hander. And they count to 2-1. So Oliver with the man on first still. Kuzik drives that over to Angel Santiago, flips it over to DeHart, who fires it over to first for a double play. Perfect way to end the inning for the Lumberjacks, who surrender a home run to open the game off the bat of Ethan Hughes. The Lumberjacks will have a chance to counter that coming up in the bottom of the first. And we are back here. Bottom of the first inning. Mohawk Valley gets off to a hot start. The Ethan Hughes home run. The leadoff spot to open the game. Lumberjacks, are they hungry enough to counter that? Top of the order will step up. Andy Perez, Angel Santiago, and Chase Triplett all on deck here. It's the same top of the order that was there in the first leg, and they will need to get something going here as Andy Perez waltzes up to the plate. He went 0 for 2 in the first leg. He did have a walk in the bottom of the 6th inning, but didn't record a hit for the Lumberjacks. Really driven Perez's success this season has been his ability to get on base in multiple different ways. He does take a inside ball there to open the count. And Brendan Rusnak will be on the mound here for the Diamond Dawgs. He's a 6.04 ERA, 1.39 whip. He accumulated 19 strikeouts for 22 innings pitched and boasts a 2-2 record. He looked to shut things down here for the Diamond Dawgs. Andy Perez drives that right past John Ramsey to open up the game at the plate for the Lumberjacks. It's quite flipping the script here as Lumberjacks already match their hit amount from the first leg of this doubleheader. Andy Perez drove that ball right into left field to get things started. That is going to bring up Angel Santiago. Speedy Andy Perez on first. Rusnak checks down, fires that one into the dirt. Ball one on Santiago. Santiago also struggled during the first leg. He had 2 flyouts. In his last at-bat, he had a strikeout to end his first game. To flip the script in the second leg, he has a 1-0 count to work with here. Andy Perez applying some pressure from the first base bag. Have to respect his speed out there. Can really get into a pitcher's head when you have a fast player on first base. Impacts your rhythm and leaves you open to making a mistake. Santiago is not a person that you want to be vulnerable against. Rusnak delivers that. Angel Santiago puts it on the ground right at John Ramsey, who bobbles it there. Fires it over to first, but not in time there, as that is going to be an error for John Ramsey out at shortstop. Fielding errors plagued the Boonville Lumberjacks in the first leg of this doubleheader. And the Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs already record their first error in this second leg game. Bring in Chase Triplett up to the plate. Chase Triplett, a left-handed hitter. He went 0 for 2 in the last game, and he flies that to left center field. Andy Perez tries to tag that up, but stays at second base. It's a wise decision from the third baseman. But Triplett being aggressive at the plate, but it doesn't land him a hit as that falls safely into the mitts of Ethan Hughes out there. And Carter McKay is due up. McKay struck out twice in the last game. He really struggled at the plate in the first leg of this doubleheader. Look to turn things around here. But the Lumberjacks still just 1 out on them, and men on first and second base. As Resnack fires that back to second. And Perez meanders back there in time before John Ramsey applies the tag. He's there standing up. Carter McKay, the right-handed pitcher on the mound. It may open up the 3-hole and 4-hole here for the Lumberjacks, given the power that both Triplett and McKay boast, but he takes a strike looking there. McKay hasn't been very aggressive at the plate tonight. He really did struggle to turn his hands on pitches during the first leg of this doubleheader, and it appears to be the same case here. However, that is just a first pitch. Andy Perez is going to attempt to steal that bag, and he is going to land there safely. Throw isn't even tried there, as Cerise was more concerned about Angel Santiago advancing to second base. He looked that way in the middle of the infield rather than opting to relay it to the third baseman. The men will be on the corners here as Andy Perez records another steal. Carter McKay at the plate, 1-1 count. Rusnak on the mound with men on the corners here. Carter McKay tops that one out. That's fired over the first baseman, who bobbles that, and that is going to allow Andy Perez to get to the plate. Carter McKay does what he has to, makes contact with the ball, and that is going to tie the game at 1 here. So the Lumberjacks match Ethan Pugh's home run in the top of the first inning and get on the board for the first time tonight. That'll also advance Angel Santiago to second. With Bo Jonas making his first appearance tonight. He didn't play in the first leg, but he is occupying the 5-hole here tonight in this game for the Lumberjacks. He has struggled with strikeouts recently. Isn't time to swing up well. Angel Santiago is going to try and steal that back. That's fired over to third base, and he is safe when an excellent dive into third there from Santiago. Looked like Cerise got a good jump on that one. And he also had a good relay down to third base, but Angel Santiago sprawls into third there. And he's going to be 90 feet away from home with 2 outs here. Risky decision there from Howie Kraus and Angel Santiago, as it's the first time Santiago has stolen third this season, but it allows him to advance. And that is fired just high there. It's going to even the count at 1. Bo Jonas, he has been key in big situations at the plate for the Lumberjacks this season. He's had a couple doubles that have given the team the lead. Will he be able to do the same here? Takes that one outside there. 2-1 count. And Bo really being smart. He's going to have to keep doing that to keep his strikeout count down, which again has been something that he has struggled with this season. And Rusnak here with the 2-1 delivery. He puts that one just low. So hitters count for Bo Jonas from Kansas City, Missouri. One of the top catchers in his recruiting class. And has really displayed his pop time this summer. He's had some excellent relays from behind the plate. And he cuts right through that pitch. So waste the hitters count. Rusnak will make it full. Got that pitch right past Jonas there. He's unable to land the barrel on the pitch. And Rusnak here with the full count. Bo Jonas stays alive, gets a piece of that there. All he needed to do to stay in the batter's box. As that one seemed to fool Jonas there, but he was just able to get a piece of it, fouling it back. And here again with the full count, Rusnak winds and delivers. Jonas fires that into right center field, and that is going to drop there, plating Angel Santiago. Jonas rounds to second base, and a sliding double as the Lumberjacks respond and take the lead early. The second leg of the doubleheader off the bat of Bo Jonas. As Garrett DeHart will come to the plate. With 2 outs here, a man on second base. Garrett DeHart. Ooh, that one was close there, and he got him on that one as that tag was applied to the helmet of Bo Jonas. And Sean Stoney makes an excellent play out there at second base to catch Bo Jonas lacking on the lead. And that is going to be the final out of the inning, which could thwart the momentum that the Lumberjacks were building up in that inning as they were looking poised to plate Bo Jonas. But they aren't going to get a chance to do that, as that'll mark the end of the inning. Quinn Oliver will be back on the mound here to face the Diamond Dawgs lineup. The Lumberjacks leading 2-1 will be back at the top of the second. And we are back here, top of the second of action. Quinn Oliver trots out to the mound again, and Caden Hart steps up to the batter's box. Hart, another hitter that has been hot at the plate for the Diamond Dawgs. He did struggle in the last game, going 0 of 3 with a strikeout. To change that here, he deflects that one back. So 1-1 count here. Caden Hart. Caden Hart, one of the most highly touted prospects on this Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs roster. He has a ton of upside. Oliver delivers that high there for ball 2. Need to be careful because Hart, some hot zones at the plate where he can really pull the ball. Don't want to surrender 2 home runs here. He deflects that one to the right side. Oliver will have a payoff pitcher. His fastball seemed to be working here tonight, as it appears to have some zip coming out of his arm. Most of the hitters in this lineup have been behind on it as well. And that is deflected back there for the second straight foul ball. So Hart will still need to protect here, as Oliver, the payoff pitch to use at his disposal. Winds and delivers, and that one is high there again. Off speed that sailed on him. Second time in this at bat that has happened. So Hart able to work this count to full. And again with the payoff. He fires that just inside, as that is not called. Jacob Newland attempted to frame that more toward the plate, but Caden Hart lays off that pitch there. That was going to be a very hard one to make good contact on, given that it was inside. But he does draw a walk to open the inning, and the Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs are already threatening. And Justin Hurd stepping up here, have a man on first base. And Hart, he is the center fielder. He does display some great speed. The Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs have the least amount of steals in the entire PGCBL, with just 29 on the season. Andy Perez for the Boonville Lumberjacks has almost matched that, and he's just a single player on the Lumberjacks roster. As Hurd deflects that one foul, a little bit ahead on that one there. So 1-1 count to him. And man still on first. And Quinn Oliver, he, again, a relatively new acquisition, came along with Riley Cahill, who started the first game of this doubleheader. He delivers that low there for ball 2. But Quinn Oliver, you really need to settle in as a pitcher in a new environment, and it's felt like Quinn Oliver, despite playing with Boonville last season, hasn't settled in as nicely as he should have been, and that is not going to be picked off there, as Caden Hart slides back safely to first base. So still 2-1 count. Quinn Oliver did again pitch for the Lumberjacks last season, the only player on their roster to return, as he delivers that inside for ball 3. So 3-1 count here, as Hurd will look to take advantage of it. Hurd, again, a senior at Albany. He went 0 for 1 in the game prior to the first leg of this doubleheader with a strikeout. He has 8 strikeouts in his last 5 games as well. And Quinn Oliver could add to that amount here, as he now has a payoff pitch with the foul ball. Because Hurd has really not been protecting the plate well. He struck out once in the last game, but did post a double as well. Rounded out too. That firework is completely blasted, echoing around this entire stadium. But Oliver able to get past Hurd there. It's the second straight game where Hurd has recorded a strikeout, as that one was high and in, and he got him to bite on it. That'll be the first out of the inning and the first strikeout of the night for Oliver, bringing up Sean Stoney to the plate, making his first appearance in this doubleheader. The 0-0 count. He puts that one high and in. Seems to be Oliver's sweet spot. He just got heard out of a high and in fastball earlier in this inning, but Stoney wisely lays off that pitch. And Oliver here with the 1-0 delivery. Stoney skies that, and that is going to get into foul territory. McKay tracks it down and is able to catch it. Caden Hart was drifting a little bit too far towards second base, but he realized at the last minute that could have been a double play and slides back safely into first.
Number 5, Nico Cerise.
But Nico Cerise here will step up in the 8 hole for the Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs after 2 straight outs have been recorded. Lumberjacks still leading 2-1. That 2-run inning in the bottom of the first really urging them forward in this contest. And Cerise also one of the 2 players in this Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs lineup in this game is making their first start of the doubleheader. In the last contest against the Saugerties Stallions, he went 0 for 3. He has yet to record an extra base hit this season thus far. Cerise, he posts a .214 batting average along with a .313 on base percentage. Yet to record an RBI this season, but he is up in the count 2-0 here. So Oliver really methodically working through this lineup. He does deliver a strike down the zone there to work back in. Appears that Oliver has really been throwing away those first 2 pitches, which is when a pitcher can really make some progress against the hitter, and he works another hitter's count here. He was able to strike out Justin Hurd despite getting to a hitter's count. Will he be able to do that against Nico Cerise? Time will tell. But as a pitcher, you really want to get out ahead early in a count rather than relying on later pitches to make some progress, and he lets that slip away from him as Cerise is going to walk. That'll bring up Brandon Hawk to the plate, who is the 9-hole hitter in the lineup for the Diamond Dawgs. He started at the same lineup spot in the last game, where he drew 2 walks and reached on a error by shortstop Angel Santiago. And he'll have a blank slate to work with here with a man on first and second base, trailing by just 1 run as Oliver rifles that down for strike 1 of the count. He gets ahead early in this one. Will he be able to work with it? This could be a crucial play early in this game. Oliver here with the 0-1. Puts that one low. He has missed low pretty frequently in this game. Which is a worrying sight. Could resemble some arm fatigue heading into his start. But it could also just be that he's missing and letting the ball go too late. With the 1-1 delivery, he puts a one high and outside. That one's fired over to Angel Santiago, who makes a leaping grab to prevent that from going into the outfield. That ball really sailed out of the arm of Jacob Newland. Angel Santiago makes a very athletic play out there to stop that from getting in the outfield, which likely would have advanced Hart to third base. So 2-1 to Houck. Runners still on first and second base here, and Quinn Oliver on the mound. That one is fired high and in again there. Nearly clipped the helmet of Houck in the batter's box. So 3-1 count as Oliver has let 3 straight pitches get away from him in this at-bat. And that is not good for the pitch count or fatigue when you have to really maximize your effort during every single at-bat. As Houck gets a good piece of that one, but drives it foul. That'll bring the count to full. So Oliver will have another payoff pitch to work with here. He's already walked 2 batters in this inning. Did get 1 strikeout on Justin Hurd earlier. But he is going to want to get this one past Houck to get out of the jam and maintain this Lumberjacks lead at the same time. So the 3-2 delivery, he puts that down in the outside corner there. Perfect spot there from Oliver to get out of the inning. The Lumberjacks maintain their 2-1 lead heading into the bottom of the second, where Garrett DeHart, Devin Moran, and Miguel Gonzalez will be due up for the Lumberjacks and will look to add to this lead. And we are back here with the bottom of the second in the Lumberjacks and the Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs. Lumberjacks and Diamond Dawgs both got on the board in the first inning. Lumberjacks able to put 2 in the bottom half on the board. The Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs, their scoring production has been solely off the bat of Ethan Hughes driving a opposite field home run to right center field into the trees past the fence here at Hanson Aggregates Field. Hammered that ball. But nevertheless, the Lumberjacks have the lead. Resnack steps back onto the mound. And Garrett DeHart waltzes up to the plate here. Garrett DeHart becoming an everyday positional player, it seems like, for the Lumberjacks. He pitched last night against the Outlaws. Pitched the first 2 innings of that contest, where he had 3 earned runs. Wasn't part of the lineup, but he's embracing the two-way part of his game as he occupies a lineup position tonight. Takes a first pitch high and in there. Resnack winds and delivers that and puts it on the outside of part of the zone, evening the count at 1. Spot where Garrett DeHart could not get a handle on it. Perfect position from Resnack. And with the 1-1 count here, he puts it in a very similar spot. It has the same outcome as DeHart is quickly down 1-2 in this at-bat. With no men on and 0 outs, Resnack with the payoff. And he puts that one just high there. Ball 2. And DeHart, Franklin College rising senior. Mostly a hitter there last season. Boasted a .313 batting average, and he skies that one into center field. It's shallow. Hart gets under it there for the first out of the inning, and that'll bring up Devin Moran to the plate. Devin Moran went 0 for 1. First leg of this doubleheader. He was hit by a pitch in his first at-bat and then struck out in the bottom of the 5th. He does have a .400 batting average, so he can really swing the bat. Resnack delivers that for a ball just low for Moran. So 1-0 count to him. With no men on still, Resnack to continue the good start to this inning, and Moran drives that into left field, and that is going to get down right in front of Ethan Hughes. Lumberjacks get their 3rd hit of the night already. Only had 1 hit in the last game. Jay Gonzalez must have given him a pep talk before this one to get his guys more focused on the matter at hand. Moran is able to get onto first. His first at bat, which ends in a single. And that's going to bring up Miguel Gonzalez. He played second base in the first leg of this doubleheader, but he is the extra hitter tonight. The Lumberjacks, he had some struggles in the field during the first leg. Have to wonder that was a coaching decision made by Jay Gonzalez and Howie Krause to have him just a hitter during this leg. And Resnack delivers that inside for ball 2. But Gonzalez now holds a 5-game hitting streak, so he has been some great production in the batter's box. And he's typically a great contributor in the field. An anomaly that he was struggling out at second base. Garrett DeHart taking his position during the latter half of this doubleheader. And Resnack fires a strike to make the count 2-1. Devin Moran at first base. Resnack peeks back. He gets Miguel Gonzalez to top out that one, but it lands foul there. He'll have a payoff pitch against him. And Resnack has pitched a great deal of innings, but hasn't been the most productive at the mound. Steve Luby still is going back to him. He's getting the start in this game, but has struggled thus far. And with the payoff pitch here, takes multiple peeks back, and he's going to fire it back to first. Moran reacts quickly to that one. He has had some base running mishaps this season. He's got him picked off and caught in pickles, but he has been better recently with how he approaches the base paths. And still with the delivery, Moran is going to steal that one there, and he's in safe as that one took a chopper on Sean Stoney there at second. And Moran didn't have the best jump on that steal, but he's able to evade the tag from Stoney and gets in there with a steal. So Miguel Gonzalez will have a runner in scoring position here to work with. A full count and 1 out. Moran, he is very speedy. Gonzalez skies that into foul territory, and that is going to track past the fence there. He's able to stay alive. Gonzalez has been seeing the ball much better as of recent. Again, he does boast that 5-game hitting streak. It all really started with that walk-off single that he had against Glens Falls earlier in the season to spearhead their 6-5 victory. And Moran is going to have to usher himself back to second base on that one as Stoney was closing in on him hard. Second base bag. Looked like an orchestrated move by the pitcher and the second baseman there to hopefully get Moran out. And Gonzalez again deflects that foul. So really working against Resnack here. He's been ahead and has topped out both pitches from Resnack. But he's making contact and staying alive, waiting for the opportune time to see a pitch that he can drive into the outfield. And Gonzalez, he hasn't slugged much this season. That has been the one asterisk. His hitting prowess. That could change. And he gets on top of that one as that is deflected to the third baseman, who fires it over to first. And he's unable to hold onto that ball. He bobbled it in his mitt. And he is going to beat out that throw there. As Jacob Newland rounds his way into the batter's box here. He had his first extra base hit of the season during last night's game against Oneonta to tie the game at 3 in the top of the 5th. He has also drawn 10 walks, my apologies, this season. Has been really working on his swing approach. He's another guy that struggled with strikeouts at the start of the season. But he has really improved as a batter. And it's warranting more starts for the catcher. In the Oneonta game, he actually started as an extra hitter, which has been what Jay Gonzalez does with a lot of these catchers, is that he has one of them start behind the plate, and then the extra hitter position is occupied by the catcher that isn't starting behind the plate. But Newland is behind the plate tonight. He had a throw the other day that he absolutely nailed to Miguel Gonzalez to catch a runner stealing. He'll have a blank count to work with here. He takes a first pitch strike after the mound visit. Steve Luby wanted to settle the nerves of Rusnak on the mound, who's yet again in another jam. This is where the Boonville Lumberjacks lineup really shines, is when they have men on base. They can rely on their situational hitting to plate runs. And Newland deflects that one back there. So quickly down 0-2 in the count. He'll need to either put this in play, foul it back, or take a ball. But Rusnak doesn't have a strikeout thus far, as the Lumberjacks have been doing really well with 2 strikes on them to not only work themselves back into counts, but also deliver timely hits against the right-handed pitcher. And he cuts through that one there. I jinxed that one because Jacob Newland is going to be the first strikeout of the night for Rusnak on the mound, as he gave him some junk and he bit on it. Mason Rismondo in the 10 hole for the Lumberjacks will look to drive home Moran at second, and Miguel Gonzalez patiently awaits in his dust at first base, and that is going to be fired back to second, but not in time. Another orchestrated move by Rusnak and Stoney there. Stoney being deceptive with his approach, getting to second base, as he is really sneaking up behind Devin Moran, who hasn't seen him in a couple of cases, lurking right behind him. So now the Lumberjacks have 2 outs. Mason Rismondo look to keep the inning alive, and that's going to be fired back to first base there, and it's going to catch Miguel Gonzalez in a pickle. He's going to try and get out of it here. Back and forth we go. And Devin Moran is going to attempt to go to home here, and he is going to be in a pickle. This is some chaos here at Hanson Aggregates Field, as Moran running back and forth here, and he'll just give up as Hurd applies the tag to end the inning. So a base running mistake from the Lumberjacks. Miguel Gonzalez drifted too far away from first base. Devin Moran had a smart idea trying to get home with the entire defense caught up in the pickle with Miguel Gonzalez, but he is the one that ends up getting tagged out. That'll mark the end of this inning. We head into the top of the third, so wasted opportunity for the Lumberjacks to really build upon their lead, as Rusnak blanks them in the bottom of the second. We'll be back with Quinn Oliver on the mound in the top of the third. So the Lumberjacks end both the
Now at bat,
first
number
and
24,
second innings
Hughes.
due to base running mistakes. The bottom of the first, it was a pickoff on Bo Jonas at second base. And in the bottom of the second, Devin Moran got caught up in a pickle, and Hurd was able to apply the tag on him to get him out. And that was Hauk who made the tag. His first base position running all the way over to contribute to that pickle. And Quinn Oliver will face Ethan Hughes, who had a home run in the top of the first to get the scoring started in this bout. And he will have an even count to use at his disposal here. Quinn Oliver looking to get out ahead on it. Gets Hughes to foul that one off. Dribble in front of the plate. Quinn Oliver will have a payoff pitch against Hughes, who punished him earlier in this game. Hughes, not surprising that he was able to drive that home run past the right center field fence. He's been on an absolute roll recently, has been one of the main contributors to this Mohawk Valley Diamond Dog lineup. Continues his reign of terror here as that one clips the upper part of the zone. Got the corner there. Quinn Oliver gets his second strikeout of the night off Hughes, who got a home run off him earlier. Revenge is sweet there for Quinn Oliver. He's able to get the first out of the inning. I'll bring up John Ramsey here, the two-hole spot. He cuts through first pitch of the at-bat, falling behind 0-1. Quinn Oliver likely need to be relied on to deliver a quality start, given the thin bullpen depth. Jay Gonzalez already exercised his Max Martsolf option. He does have Peyton Hochhalter in the bullpen as well, but the Lumberjacks used 5 pitchers last night, and a lot of them are dealing with fatigue, so not many options for Jay Gonzalez to go to after Quinn Oliver delivers the start. He's relying on him to deliver some quality innings here for the Lumberjacks. He got off to the worst start possible, but has been able to respond to that very nicely here. And he nearly got Ramsey to cut through that one, but he just got a piece of it to deflect it to the left side. So still 1-2 count. And Oliver with another payoff. As he winds and delivers. And he puts that one inside. It was tracking toward the boundary line there, but it doesn't curve in enough. That's going to even the count at 2. With 1 out, bases blanked. Oliver with the payoff. As Ramsey gets a good piece of that one and puts it back. For a foul ball. He's making Quinn Oliver work here. And Oliver, was raised on a ranch in Colorado, Berthoud, Colorado specifically. He's making second trek all the way to Boonville. Must love the area. With the payoff pitch, Ramsey deflects that back again. Second straight foul ball. Not making this easy on Oliver, who's looking to get his fourth strikeout of the night. And with the payoff pitch here, he skies that into left field, and Chase Triplett looked like he lost it in the lights there for a second, but is able to adjust quickly. So Ramsey will be out on the play.
Number 28, Edwin Sanchez.
And I'll bring up Edwin Sanchez to the plate here for his second at-bat of the night. He got a single in the top of the first inning, which was 2 batters after Hughes delivered that home run. So 2 outs, bases still empty. Oliver fires that one low there. Low and outside. So Sanchez off to a good start. Sanchez again was able to draw a walk, but that was the only time he got on base in the first leg of this doubleheader. Deflects that one back there, as Oliver has really done a nice job of finding the strike zone, specifically in the top of the third and top of the second and top of the third this contest. He's able to even the count at 1, and he puts that one right down the pipe. Advantage to him here. 2 outs. He'll look to punch out Sanchez. The Lumberjacks are still maintaining this 2-1 lead. So Oliver here with the payoff. He puts that one just outside. Jacob Newland attempted to bring that ball back in, but it doesn't get to that boundary line there. That's going to even the count at 2. Oliver here with the delivery. He puts that low there. So with 2 straight balls, Oliver is going to need to deliver a strike here. Else it is going to be his 3rd walk of the contest. And that one gets Sanchez there on a pitch that sunk down on Sanchez, and he was out well ahead of it. Reached his arms in front of it and was unable to get a piece of it. Oliver has blanked the Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs for 2 straight innings, delivering a quality start so far after surrendering the game-opening home run. Such resiliency from the young man as he looks to continue to dominate in this game. But first, we will see Brendan Rusnak again at the mound. The Diamond Dawgs coming up in the bottom of the 3rd. And we are back here with the bottom of the 3rd. Mason Rismondo waltzes up here. The last man in the lineup, Lumberjacks. This is his first at-bat of the night. He struck out twice in the first leg of the doubleheader. Look to get himself a hit or a walk here. But he'll have to face Rusnak at the mound as he deflects that back to open the count. Got a decent piece of it, so I'm able to barrel it up enough to put it in play. So 0-1 count. Rusnak on the mound. That one is delivered right on the high corner there for strike 2. And Rismondo finds himself down in the count. He'll need to work himself back into it. And Rusnak with the payoff. Lines and delivers. And he's able to flare that into the opposite field. What excellent hitting there from Rismondo. Again, stays patient in the batter's box and sprays that into right field just past the outreached glove of Sean Stoney at second base. And that has been how Mason Rismondo has found his hitting production. It has been through his opposite field ability and how he sees the ball deep into a zone. That is a staple Rismondo hit there. And that'll bring up the top of the order here for the Lumberjacks with Andy Perez coming up. And Andy Perez, he nailed a single in the left field in the bottom of the first this game. But Rusnak will call for a catcher meeting first with Go Cerise. Could be talking about something that they're seeing with Mason Rismondo on first base, maybe looking to try and get him off guard. They have gotten 2 outs on base running blunders from the Lumberjacks. 2 out of their 6 total outs that they've recorded have been through that. It could also be trying to scheme against Andy Perez, who's one of the most competent hitters in the lineup for the Lumberjacks. So Rusnak, now a man on first base. Rismondo maintaining a healthy lead out there. Fires that back. Rismondo slides in safely. No wonder why the Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs are trying to get pickoffs in this game, because they have been successful. Makes sense. Steve Luby is really hammering that point home to his team. With the 0-1 count, Rusnak peeks back. Puts that one low there to even the count at 1. A 1-1 count to Perez. And Perez, he wears a Phillies helmet. He goes to the University of Pittsburgh. He's also a big Philadelphia Phillies fan, despite being from state of Florida. That one is delivered for a strike on the low outside corner. So 1-2 count. Andy Perez, who's been able to protect the plate throughout this entire season, will have to do it again here. You want to waste a opportunity, especially with a man on first base. So Rusnak here with the payoff on Perez. Delivers. Got him out ahead on it, and he fields it and fires it over to second. Fires it over to first. Right in time there to get Andy Perez out. That was an absolute missile from Sean Stoney out there, as that ball was low but got there very fast, just in time before Andy Perez reached the bag, and that is exactly what you needed. Hawk made an excellent play to scoop up that ball and just got a hold of it, and that is going to waste a valuable opportunity for the Lumberjacks. It's the first double play for Andy Perez. He's the one that he's grounded into this season. And what a play there from Rusnak. That ball had some velocity, even though it was a grounder. He was able to extend his mitt and wisely fired it over to second base, then relayed to first to get the double play. That's something that can definitely swing the momentum of a game in favor of the Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs. And Angel Santiago is looking to have an opportunity to hit with men on base. Have him empty and with no outs. He flares that blooper right to Brandon Houck at first. That's going to mark the end of the inning. So the Lumberjacks waste the opening single made or hit by Mason Rismondo to opposite field, but they still lead the Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs with Quinn Oliver waltzing back to the mound. He'll look to shut down the Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs for the 3rd straight inning. We'll be back with the right-handed pitcher delivering pitches. And we are back here with JB Kuzik at the plate. JB Kuzik. He grounded into a double play. His first at bat, the contest. Which got Edwin Sanchez out at second base, but he has no men on to open the inning. He is the designated hitter. He did start as a catcher, and he flares that one into opposite field. That is going to be cut off there by Mason Rosmondo. Makes an excellent diving play to prevent that from getting into that deep right field gap. JB Kuzik made some amazing contact on that ball. Just, again, stay patient and use that opposite field hitting ability to get that single down. But that could have been a double. And Mason Rosmondo makes another excellent fielding play, but it likely won't matter because that wild pitch gets past Jacob Newland there and will advance Kuzik to second. Caden Hart will step up to the plate here. He walked in his first at-bat and have an opportunity to tie the game with Kuzik at second. So 1-0 count to the North Carolina product at the plate. Quinn Oliver got into a little bit of a jam here. He fires that outside. 2 straight balls. Again, have to be careful with Caden Hart. Just given his pull ability as a right-handed pitcher, it's a lot easier to approach him. And that is just outside of the zone there for Oliver's 3rd straight ball. But for a right-handed pitcher against a right-handed hitter, it's much easier to get that leverage outside. That's why you see a lot of powerful right-handed hitters struggle against right-handed pitchers. It's a very favorable matchup given that outside leverage. However, that one gets away from Oliver, who walks Hart for the second time of the game on just 4 pitches. And the Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs have men on first and second base with 0 outs, and Justin Hurd coming up to the plate. Justin Hurd did strike out in his first at-bat, and he also struck out once in the first leg of this doubleheader. Had a fair deal of strikeouts tonight. Quinn Oliver had his number in his first at-bat, and he could very much so use a strikeout here to get an out on the board. You see Carter McKay fielding in for the bunt attempt, and Carter McKay sprawls on that one. He fires it over to third base in time to get the lead runner. That is some excellent fielding there from Carter McKay, making his second start in 6 games after traveling again to Tennessee. But that is exactly what the Lumberjacks needed there, as that is an amazing play there from Carter McKay out there at first base. It's going to be a pivotal out here. And that is going to be fired inside there. High and inside. On Stoney at the plate. So Stoney here, he got out on a foul ball in his first at-bat of the night. He still has a man on first and second base here. 2-1 count. Not in the payoff situation yet, as he gets a good piece of that ball, but just got under it to deflect it foul. So 2-2 count. Oliver will have another payoff here. For a pitcher, it's so pivotal that you really focus on the batter at hand when you have runners on the bases. That is what can really separate you as a pitcher. It's just your ability to lock it in. He got it on the inside part of the zone there to strike out Stoney. It's the second out of the inning for the Lumberjacks as Oliver is methodically working out of this jam to maintain this Lumberjacks lead. What an excellent spot there from Oliver, who got the call from the umpire. She'll bring up Nico Cerise. That is going to be a ball there. Cerise walked in his first at-bat of the night. He's a redshirt junior at Hudson Valley Community College, where he posted a .366 batting average and over 1 OPS his last collegiate season with 14 extra base hits. He cuts right through that pitch there for strike one, evening count. Swung hard on that ball there. So important as a hitter that don't swing for the fences, because that can track your eyes away from the ball. Very important to first have your eyesight level in tracking a pitch. And that is not going to be called for a strike, as it strays just inside. 2-1 count for Cerise. Cerise hails from Rocky Point, New York. Starting catcher tonight for the squad. And Oliver here with the 2-1. 2 outs and 2 men on. Gets it past Cerise there. Second straight swinging strike. So 2-2 count. Oliver just striking out Stoney. Look to do it back-to-back here to get out of this jam. And Oliver winds and delivers. Nearly gotten to swing through that. As that umpire there is going to say he didn't go through on it. Held his swing up there. So 3-2 count for Cerise. 2 outs. Runner still on first and second. Oliver really wanted that call. And that is going to be delivered high. That count got away from him. They'll load the bases, bringing up Brandon Hauk to the plate. This dreams are made of if you are the Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs. Very high leverage situation. Brandon Hauk has a perfect opportunity to not only cut into this lead, but also take the lead for the Diamond Dawgs. And the top of the order, Ethan Hughes on deck, is lurking in the backdrop. And Jacob Newland going out to his pitcher for an extended discussion. You really want to be on the same page as your pitcher if you're a catcher. That's what all of the best catchers are known for doing, is having that deep chemistry with their pitcher, giving them confidence, motivating them to keep going, keep putting their foot forward. Jacob Newland is one of the main motivators on this Lumberjacks roster, and you see him doing it again there, looking to settle down Oliver in this crucial scenario, and he delivers a strike right there coming out of the catcher's discussion. So 0-1 count to Hauk. Good start in the at-bat for Oliver, who struck out Hauk in his last at-bat as he deflects that one foul there on a high fastball. So 0-2 count. Oliver with a payoff pitch. Bases loaded. 2 outs facing Hauk. Oliver looking over to Newland. He nods that pitch right there. Winds and delivers that. Nearly got him to check his swing through that one. but he holds up wisely. Gave him a throwaway pitch there. Didn't work. So he'll likely scheme something different here. Going to his best pitch. This is where a pitcher really can brace their knockout punch. For Oliver, it may be his inside fastball. If he can spot that up perfectly here, it could spell trouble for Houck, because that pitch is nearly unhittable. And Oneonta delivers, chops that one right up the middle. Angel Santiago steps on second to get the third out of the inning. Oliver got in to top that one out. The Lumberjacks maintain their 2-1 lead after 3 scoreless innings. We'll be back. The Lumberjacks lineup after this. And we are back here with the bottom of the 4th. Brendan Rusnak stepping out to the mound for the 4th inning. His outing started 2 games last collegiate season. Did 11.57 ERA. Sophomore at Herkimer College. So a New York product. Does have an 84.4 recorded fastball velocity, so that gets the mid-80s. Most of the guys in this league typically top out around mid to high 80s. You can really get to that next level in the PGCBL if you can touch the 90s. And the Boonville Lumberjacks have some guys that can get to 90 miles per hour. It's a rare sighting in the PGCBL, but it's what's really set apart the pitching staff. Is quickly crumbling, unfortunately, for the Lumberjacks with guys leaving, but they'll look to plug some of those roster holes. Chase Triplett is at the plate here for the Lumberjacks. Resnack winds and delivers that and puts it high and inside. Chase Triplett moved back there, evaded it from hitting him. That evens the count at 1 apiece. And Triplett, he flew out to left in his first at-bat. He hasn't recorded a hit this doubleheader thus far. He grounded out and flew out. He also did post a walk in the first leg of the doubleheader, but we haven't seen that pop in his bat seen earlier in this season. We know he all boasts. Cuts right through that pitch on the outside. Resnack, great job of pitching away from Triplett on that one, despite the lefty-righty matchup. So that evens the count at 2. And Triplett will need to protect the plates, and Resnack winds and delivers for the payoff. Puts that one high and out. So 3-2 count for Triplett. He looked to barrel up this pitch. He drove a ball very deep into opposite left center. He takes a walk there, second of the night. And that'll bring Carter McKay walking up to the plate. Carter McKay had an RBI earlier in this game, but grounded out to first. He's able to get the first run of the contest for Boonville. That quickly led to another run being plated off the bat of Bo Jonas, who is on deck. A double in the top of the first to drive home Angel Santiago. Takes a first pitch ball there. It's a Rusnak. And here with a man on first base. Rusnak peeks back to look at Triplett, and he delivers that for a strike on the outside part of the zone. Evening the count at 1. And Triplett and McKay, such a valuable duo at the top part of this lineup, especially given that they're both left-handed hitters. Carter McKay chops that one to the shortstop. Ramsey flips it to second base. Stoney is unable to get that throw in time there, but they are able to get out the lead runner. Triplett almost got there in time, used that speed, but that is flipped for the first out of the inning. And Bo Jonas will come up to the plate. Had a double in his first at-bat that drove home Angel Santiago, as I said before. And he did record another hit on Rusnak here. We've seen his pitch as well in his first at-bat, obviously, as that one gets past Cerise behind the plate. Carter McKay will advance to second. Passed ball there. Boonville Lumberjacks have a runner in scoring position here as a flurry of fireworks just went off right around Boonville. This is the eve of 4th of July. Happy 4th of July to anyone or everyone celebrating. Celebration gets going early here in Boonville. July 3rd is also a big day to start the fireworks here in upstate New York. That's delivered for a strike on the outside part of the plate. Bo Jonas quickly finds himself down 1-2 in the count. A man on second in Carter McKay, and just one out. Garrett DeHart on deck for the Lumberjacks. Rusnak here with the 1-1 delivery. Puts that one low there. 2-1 count to Jonas. Why not have one RBI when you can have two? He will to land another one here. So that one is put right down the plate for strike 2. Perhaps Bo Jonas didn't try and swing at that. It's likely he didn't see the ball well out of the hand of Rusnak. He was left hesitating at the plate. So here with the payoff, Bo Jonas cuts through that high fastball there. Strikes out yet again. For the second out of the inning. Rusnak able to record his second of the night. Bringing Garrett DeHart up to the plate. 2 outs and a man on second. Garrett DeHart flew out to center field in the bottom of the second. His first at-bat as that one sails high to open the count. The fireworks are still going off here at Hanson Aggregates Field. See the flashes a little bit as it is behind us currently, the broadcast booth. Rusnak delivers here, gets it past the heart. He's unable to land on that fastball. So Rusnak continuing to go to that pitch here. So 1-1 count to DeHart. Carter McKay still idle at second. Cuts through that high fastball there. It's been working against these last two batters in the lineup. Will Rusnak go back to it here on the payoff? It's likely that he will. His off-speed stuff hasn't been working the best tonight. He winds and delivers. Gerhardt gets a good piece of that ball, but it was just a little behind on it. Still a 1-2 count with 2 outs. Gerhardt will look to extend the inning here for the Lumberjacks. And what looked to be a high-scoring contest in the making has quickly become another pitcher's duel, as that one gets past to Hart for the 3rd out of the inning. And Rusnak, despite opening the game, the bottom of the 1st, allowing 2 runs, has settled in nicely at the mound and has spun 3 scoreless. That'll leave the ball in Quinn Oliver's court as he steps onto the mound. The top of the 5th, he will look to continue his dominance against the Mohawk Valley lineup. We'll be back with that. And we are back here with the top of the 5th in this second leg of the doubleheader between the Lumberjacks and the Diamond Dawgs. Top of the order comes up here for Mohawk Valley. Ethan Hughes, who homered in the top of the 1st. In the first at-bat of the game, he struck out in the top of the 3rd to follow that up, as that one is put inside there on Hughes for a ball. So Quinn Oliver quickly down here, 1-0. Winds and delivers that and puts it low again. Not a bad idea to pitch away from a guy that hit a home run off of you early in the game. Explains why Oliver is exerting some caution here. With the 2-0 delivery, Hughes fires that right up the middle there for his 2nd hit of the night.
Now at bat number
As he gets
John Ramsey.
his 8th multi-hit game of the season with that. Hughes has really been on a roll in the leadoff spot for the Diamond Dawgs. Does it again tonight. A great performance. And that is going to bring up John Ramsey to the plate. And that is going to be landed for a bunt. Oliver able to fire it over to Carter McKay there. But that is going to advance Ethan Hughes. Still runner in scoring position here, as Edwin Sanchez steps up to the plate. And Edwin Sanchez, he struck out in his last at-bat despite recording a hit. The single in the top of the 1st. So quickly, Hughes very speedy out there at 2nd base. Look to be driven home off the bat of Edwin Sanchez. And that is going to be a 3rd straight ball against Sanchez. Formidable hitter. Explains why Quinn Oliver opting to pitch a little bit away from him, similar to how he did with Hughes earlier in the contest, or earlier in this inning. So 3-0 count. Oliver forced to deliver a strike, and that one drifts inside for fourth straight ball. Sanchez will advance, bringing up J.P. Kuzik to the plate. And that is going to force Jay Gonzalez's hand here. That's going to mark the end of the night for Quinn Oliver. Hands the ball over to Jay Gonzalez as the outfield kneels down and admires the fireworks in the distance. Boonville Lumberjacks having some fun out there. That'll bring out Peyton Holcoulter to the mound, making his second appearance of his early career with the Lumberjacks. He was able to pitch 2 complete innings, allowing 0 earned runs, and racking up 2 strikeouts in his first appearance of the season. He is put into a little bit of a jam here with runners on first and second base. But Holcoulter proved that he's a valuable option in the bullpen and will look to get out of it for the Lumberjacks to help maintain their 2-1 lead. And Holcoulter coming all the way from North Dakota, sophomore at the University of Jamestown. He is from the town of Jamestown itself out there in North Dakota. He was very solid in his first season with the program, boasting a 3.68 ERA across just over 7 innings pitched. And he has been picking up the slack here in the bullpen for the Lumberjacks. He just arrived in Boonville last week. He will look to continue his tear in the top of the 5th. We'll be back with that. All right, and we are back here in the top of the 5th as Peyton Holcoulter takes the mound. Had an excellent first appearance of the season, pitching 2 scoreless innings. And it's clear that Jay Gonzalez was looking to rest Holcoulter in the first leg of this doubleheader so that he could potentially pitch in the second leg. Execute that plan to perfection as Holcoulter in a high leverage situation for the Lumberjacks in the top of the 5th. Using up J.P. Kuzik to open his outing. With men on first and second base, 1 out, he delivers a first pitch strike to Kuzik. Right down the pipe. Gets ahead there. Works quickly and nods to Jacob Newland. Knows exactly the pitch that he wanted. Winds and delivers and puts that just outside the zone. Evening the count at 1 for Holcoulter. It's a nice breaking slider there that skirted its way to the outside part of the plate, but he doesn't get the call. As Kuzik is able to fire that over into left field. Chase Triplett read that really well. Able to get under it out there for the second out of the inning. Holcoulter in 3 pitches records second out. And that'll bring up Caden Hart, who walked in his first 2 at-bats of the night. Holcoulter, much more comfortable position now, and that he has 2 outs to work with. Just needs to get 1 more to get out of this jam. Ethan Hughes on second. Edwin Sanchez at first. He fires that past Hart to open the at-bat. Coulter, so a quarterback at Jamestown, or University of Jamestown. Still, the fireworks are going off here. Holcoulter delivers that inside part of the zone. Perfect spot for the right-handed pitcher. He is up in the count 0-2. 2 outs. Just 1 more needed to get out of this inning. Holcoulter, the payoff pitch here. And he sprays that right past Andy Perez out there. And Ethan Pugh's going to round home as that is going to tie the game here. Excellent piece of hitting there from Caden Hart, who's able to pull that right down the third base line past the sprawled out Andy Perez covering third base. It's going to tie the game here at 2 apiece. Very clutch hit from Hart. And Sanchez will advance to second as well on that. That'll bring up Justin Hurd here, who struck out and then reached on a fielder's choice, top of the 4th. He's down in the count 0-1 here. Holcoulter delivers, gets it past Hurd. Second straight pitch, and it's a strike. So payoff pitch upcoming for Holcoulter. Caden Hart was able to make him pay in the same situation during the previous at-bat. Will Holcoulter stop the bleeding here for the Lumberjacks? And Holcoulter winds and delivers, and he puts that one just past the inside boundary line for ball 1. So 1-2 count. Tried to get that pitch to land on that line. Doesn't get the call there. So the 1-2 count. Hurd fires that foul. Got a great handle on that, but it's just a bit early there. He's able to stay alive in the count while making some great contact against Holcoulter. Holcoulter was supposed to come along with another pitcher from University of Jamestown, but pitching coach, the other pitcher had too much wear and tear on his arm, and he didn't want him to pitch during the summer. Holcoulter with the 1-2 delivery. He gets him to sky that one. Jacob Newland under it, and he is unable to corral it in foul territory. He falls to the ground in anguish after that. That should have been a gimme for the catcher, but that is going to keep Hurd alive here. Costly fielding mistakes haunting the Lumberjacks in this double header with the Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs, and they strike yet again in this inning in what should have been the final out. Hurd will have another opportunity at the plate. Holcoulter will need to be mentally strong here to punch him out, and he got him there on an inside strike that clipped the zone. Holcoulter stops the bleeding, but not before Caden Hart puts one down the third base line, driving in the second run for the Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs and tying the game at 2. How will the Lumberjacks counter? We'll be back with that in the bottom of the 5th. And Devin Moran will step up to the plate here after a pitching change for the Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs. And Moran skies that into foul territory there, as that is going to land foul. So 0-1 count early for here as the fireworks still booming here around Hanson Aggregates Field. The southpaw winds and delivers here, and that gets past Devin Moran on that. Strike two to him. Moran needs to protect the plate. He singled in his first at-bat of the night. The 0-2 delivery, that one is not going to reach there. So 1-2 count for Moran. He's able to lay off that pitch. Still fireworks all around us here. It's creating a deafening sound in this stadium. And that is going to be strike number 3 there, as that one got Devin Moran out in front. He hit the outside part of the plate, and Southpaw gets his first strikeout of the night. And that'll bring up Miguel Gonzalez to the plate here. Gonzalez also had a single in his first at-bat, an infield one at that. Pitcher winds and delivers here as that one is put outside, and it gets Gonzalez to bite on that one. So quickly down 0-1 in the count. And that one is fired just high there. Good take. Gonzalez, Miami, Florida local. It's clear why Steve Luby wanted to go back to another left-handed pitcher on the mound, given the success that Brendan Miller had in the first leg of this doubleheader. Lumberjacks struggle mightily against left-handed pitchers specifically, do much better against opposite-handed pitchers. But the windup there puts it just outside, evening the count at 2. 2-2 count for Gonzalez at the plate. Pitcher winds up, delivers here, puts that just outside. Again, trying to hammer that outside part of the zone after getting Miguel Gonzalez to chase on an outside pitch earlier in this at-bat. Something successful, might as well go to it again. Winds and delivers. Now gets past Miguel Gonzalez. Second straight strikeout here. And the Boonville Lumberjacks lineup amounted 10 strikeouts in the first leg of the doubleheader. Going back to their old ways after a hot start to this game. And that'll bring up Jacob Newland to the plate. He struck out in his first at-bat of the night. He'll have no men on. Southpaw delivers that and gets Jacob Newland to top that out. And the third baseman unable to corral it there, as Hurd let that slip away from him, which should have been a routine play there from Hurd. Ends up being an error, and it keeps the inning alive for the Lumberjacks. That'll bring up Mason Resmondo to the plate. Bottom hole hitter here for the Lumberjacks. He had a nice opposite field single in his first at-bat. That would be a welcome sight to see again here, as that one is delivered just low there. So 1-0 count. Man on first in Jacob Newland. And Resmondo flares that one back there. decent chunk of that to even the count at 1. It's been an entire day of baseball this evening at Hanson Aggregates Field. These teams have battled out a doubleheader. We wanted the conclusion. Heading on to the last 2 innings here at Hanson Aggregates Field. Resmondo gets ahead on that one. He'll be down 1-2. That one is just outside there. Evens count. Resmondo was able to get that opposite field single with 2 strikes on him in his last at-bat. The pitcher on the mound delivers. Resmondo is a little late on that, but now gets him to stay alive here. That one is flared past the right field side. Just behind on it again, looking to get that opposite field hitting action from the right-handed hitter. Haven't seen much pull power ability from Resmondo. His scouting report does say that he does have a great line drive approach. Most of his hits have been loopers in the opposite field as he gets under that one. And that is going to be caught there by Sony. It's going to fall down there. But Mason Resmondo trying to take second base is going to be out there, as that is going to be the 3rd out of the inning. Another base running blunder from this Boonville Lumberjacks squad. And Mason Resmondo clearly upset with the instructions given to him by first base coach Connor Tapati on that one, as he rushed back into the dugout after that one, seemingly angry after that. And that is an unfortunate way to go out for Resmondo, who got lucky with that one. But the Lumberjacks unable to muster a run. We remain tied 2-2 heading into the top of the 6th. And that'll bring up Sean Stoney here to the plate. After Justin Hurd struck out to end the top of the 5th, Sean Stoney will look to get started on the right foot with Riley Hassenstab on the mound here. Georgia Tech product boasts a 0.93 ERA. That one is fouled back, hits the press box here. This game could be headed into an extra inning. Things don't change quickly between these two squads. And that is delivered for a ball there. Hassenstab commands a 90-mile-per-hour fastball. He's got an above that as well. And Stoney is going to have to really read that fastball well to get ahead on it, and he didn't there. He was well behind on that. So 1-2 count to Stoney, the plate. He's a sophomore at Lincoln University, Rosedale, New York, local. On top of that, with the payoff pitch here, Stoney, decent hold on that fastball. Hassenstab trying to hammer that home. And that is his strongest pitch on the mound. Hassenstab, Duluth, Georgia, local. He's a very smart kid as well. He took 11 honors courses and AP/IB courses in high school. Mechanical engineering major at Georgia Tech. As he got him to check through that there on a nice off-speed pitch to slow Stoney down after he sped him up with the fastball. As that'll mark the first out of the inning. Hassenstab again boasts a 0.93 ERA this season. One of the best on the Lumberjacks roster. He also has a 0.72 whip to go along with that, as that one is flared into right field, but Resmondo able to get under it to retire. Goes Cerise.
Now at bat number 23,
Brandon Hauk will round out the order here for the Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs. Hauk ended the inning on a fielder's choice in the top of the fourth and struck out in the top of the second to boot. And Hassenstab still dominating. He's been one of the best bullpen arms for the Lumberjacks. And again, clear why Jay Gonzalez opted to save him for this game, because he is the closer for this squad. He's putting an immense amount of trust in the lineup that they'll be able to get it done, as that one gets down for Hauk, who gets his first hit of the evening on a single. And that'll bring up Ethan Hughes to the plate. Ethan Hughes has gone 2 of 3 tonight. Single and a homer. Opened the game with that blast. He is the man that you want to have at the plate against Hassenstab. The best of the best on both sides of the dugout. Hassenstab, one of the best Lumberjacks pitchers, and Hughes, one of the best Mohawk Valley hitters, as that one is fired back to Carter McKay, but he's unable to apply the tag there. Hauk wisely evades it. Was led astray from the bag a bit, and Jacob Newland was trying to catch him flat-footed out there, but he's unable to do so, as that one gets past Carter McKay there. And Hauk is going to round for third, but it's going to stay there at second base. However, he is going to be in scoring position with Hughes there. It could be a very consequential mistake for the Lumberjacks here. And that could be an issue here for the Lumberjacks. And Hauk, again, will be at second base. Hughes. 1-0 battle with Hassenstab. And if he can get a hold of that fastball, that ball could track very far as Hassenstadt puts that low and away. Ball 2, so 2-0 count to Hughes. 2 outs, man on second base. Hassenstadt on the mound. Winds and delivers and puts that one high and in on Hughes. Looking to get him to back off the plate there. It's the 3rd straight ball from Hassenstadt. This bullpen, especially in the back half of it, has done such a great job of closing out games. Will they be able to tonight? That one's fired right down the pipe for strike 1. So 3-1 count. Hitters count situation for Hughes. He will have the green light to let it rip against Hassenstadt. He winds and delivers. Hughes gets a piece of that in the strike zone, but deflects it there as the count to full. So full count. Man, still on second in Brandon Houck. 2 outs. Hassenstadt with the payoff. He will look to scheme something up with Jacob Newland behind the plate. As he looks back at Houck. And that one's just high there as Hughes draws a walk against Hassenstadt. Hassenstadt able to work his way back into the count, but isn't able to punch out Hughes there. And the Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs are threatening here as John Ramsey steps up to the plate. John Ramsey has gone 0 of 2 tonight. He has sacrificed bunt in his last at-bat. That one is fired foul. Came off with a great deal of velocity as he pulled that ball. Quickly down the count, 0-1. And Hassenstadt also has 9 strikeouts on the season. He got his 10th with the Sean Stoney strikeout earlier in this inning. That would be the perfect time to get 2 straight strikes on Ramsey to leave more men left on base for the Diamond Dawgs, as that one is inside, evening the count at 1. But this is what big-time players do on the mound in high leverage situations. That one is just high there. He's just missing the zone. Hassenstadt has been throwing quality pitches. They've been missing by the margin. It looked like some have clipped the strike zone. The umpire is maintaining a tight one. And with the 2-1 delivery here, that one is fired outside. So he's letting this count slip away from him. Hassenstadt hasn't shown much weakness and vulnerability this season on the mound, but that could change tonight. As this Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs lineup is buzzing, and that is hit into play on a check swing. Gerhardt runs out to toss it over to Hassenstadt to end the inning. DeHart read that off the bat. Very weird play as that one fooled John Ramsey. He was only able to make contact off a check swing, but it tracked into the deep infield. And Garrett DeHart able to scoop it up immediately to get the 3rd out of the inning. The Lumberjacks have an opportunity to take the lead in the bottom of the 6th with Walter Garrett on the mound. We'll be back with that. And at the mound for the Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs is none other than Walter Garrett. He boasts a 4.02 ERA, 1.66 whip, 17 strikeouts across 15 innings pitched. Also boasts a 1-0 record. But Luby, seeing how poorly the Lumberjacks did against Brendan Miller, another southpaw in this staff, likely going to Walter Garrett, given how the Lumberjacks played against Miller in the first leg of this doubleheader, as he delivers a strike to Andy Perez at the plate. Top of the order will come up here for the Lumberjacks. And Andy Perez is single in his first at-bat and then grounded into a double play. You don't see that a lot with Perez, given his speed, but the Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs field was able to make a sensational play in the middle of the infield with some very missile-like throws as Andy Perez throws his bat out ahead of that one. That one dribbles to second base, and he's able to fire it over to Houck there at first for the first out of the inning. Andy Perez nearly beat that one out, but he's unable to reach first base in time. He was just a step away from getting there. But he is unable to land safely as Angel Santiago will step up. He's gone 0 for 2 tonight. Reached on an error in the bottom of the first and then flew out the first baseman in the bottom of the third. He will have no men on in this scenario. So he takes a first pitch low and away there. Walter Garrett coming out of the bullpen, and the Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs pitching staff has blanked the Boonville Lumberjacks lineup for 5 straight innings. Been very uncharacteristic of this recent lineup surge that the Lumberjacks have had, as they have struggled mightily to hit against the Diamond Dawgs pitchers tonight, as that one is delivered for a third straight ball on Santiago. And the question is, will Angel Santiago be aggressive in a 3-0 count here? You'd have to see an opportune pitch to really pull the trigger as he takes a strike right down the middle there. But he does have a hitter's count now, and some room to work with Garrett on the mound. And with the 3-1 delivery, that one gets away from Garrett, as that'll walk Angel Santiago. It's the first base runner allowed by Garrett in this contest. Chase Triplett comes up to the plate. He walked in his last at-bat in the bottom of the fourth, flew out to left field in the bottom of the first. Been spraying the ball particularly in opposite field tonight. He's been a little bit behind on balls. He's been known for his pull ability, but showcasing how he can hit anywhere on the field. And Triplett takes a first pitch strike to Garrett. So 0-1 count here. It took Jay Gonzalez some time to make Chase Triplett an everyday part of this lineup. He was starting about every other day or so for quite some time, because at the time, the Lumberjacks had a plethora of depth in the outfield that has since dwindled down to simply just 4 guys, as players have left the Lumberjacks roster due to the combine, family issues, and it's really ravaged the team. But Triplett has been dominant at the plate, and that is what has earned him an everyday spot in the lineup. Takes 2 straight balls against Garrett. And again, a lefty-lefty matchup for Triplett. He has struggled with these so far this season, as that one nicks the outside part of the zone for strike 2. So Chase Triplett needing to protect here, and Garrett probably going to try and fit it in that exact same spot where he just placed it If he can do that, likely be a strikeout on Triplett. As that one is delivered for a ball, was just a little inside. The count full here with Angel Santiago, who stole third in the first leg of the doubleheader. Hasn't stolen many bases this season. Seen most of his production there in double steal situations as Triplett got all of that ball, but was just a little early on it, pulling it up to the fence there. And that is what has become the staple of Triplett's hitting approach, has been that pull ability. You saw how fast that ball came off his bat. And he gets under that one, how fields that, but wisely just goes to first base. And Chase Triplett is limping over to the dugout after that one. He attempted to run out to the first base bag. And that is not a good sign for the Lumberjacks. Hope that Chase Triplett is okay after that. He immediately put his weight off his right leg as he limped over to the dugout. And that is a worrying sight here for the Lumberjacks. Bring up Carter McKay with a man on second base and Angel Santiago. Foul tips a ball back. Carter McKay can land a hit here. Angel Santiago will most likely be the third run here for the Lumberjacks. So 0-1 count to McKay. Another lefty-lefty matchup. And that one hit McKay. There, he flips the bat back. That one appeared to hurt McKay. He walks gingerly over to the first base bag. That must have stung the first baseman there. The Lumberjacks have two men on now, bringing Mo Jonas to the plate. He had an RBI earlier in the contest off a double, but did strike out in the bottom of the fourth. So first hit by pitch in this game for either team. For the Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs specifically, Devin Moran was hit by a pitch earlier in this game, and that is going to be low there to open the at-bat against Jonas. So 1-0 count, 2 outs, 2 men on. Jonas will look to strike again. That one is high there as that one got away from Cerise. That'll advance both Santiago and McKay. So they are really threatening here as Walter Garrett has found himself into a hole. That ball sailed on him, and Cerise was not expecting that spot there from Garrett. He was caught out of position and was unable to get the ball in his mitt. Could be costly for the Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs as a single likely plate two. And that one is skied into the air here. As Pugh's able to get under it to mark the third out of the inning. Garrett remains perfect here. We are heading into the top of the seventh, tied at 2 in this tightly contested match between the Lumberjacks and Diamond Dawgs. We'll be back. Return with Riley Hassenstab on the mound. And we are back here with the top of the 7th of action. This tie game between the Lumberjacks and Diamond Dawgs. The Chase Triplett grounded out to first base. He sustained a hamstring injury. Alex Rodriguez taking his spot in left field. Hope that Chase Triplett is okay. That is a worrying sign for the Lumberjacks. And just hope Chase Triplett is okay after that, as he looked to be in pain, limping back to the dugout. And Hanson will face Edwin Sanchez. Here, the 3-hole hitter. Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs had a walk in his last at-bat. Able to muster a single earlier in the contest as well. Hanson able to go to that off-speed breaking pitch to get Edwin Sanchez to whiff through that. So 0-1 count early here to Sanchez. Hanson with the 0-1 count. Delivers that just low there. Evening it at 1. But Hanson, at least when nobody's on, he makes very quick work, which can keep batters on their toes, leave them unprepared. Sanchez flex that one foul to the right, but he'll be in an 1-2 count. And Hanson will have a payoff pitch to work with here. So Hanson with a chance to punch him out. Gets him out ahead on that. Went back to his off-speed and punched out Edwin Sanchez there. Bring up J.P. Kuzik in the 4-hole for the Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs. And Kuzik has gone 1 of 3 in this contest. Grounded into a double play, the top of the 1st. His only hit was in the top of the 4th. Hanson delivers that for a ball. Just got low there. The umpire does not call that. But Hanson able to get an early out. Just 5 pitches. Hanson delivers that, and Kuzik again behind on that fastball, similar to how Edwin Sanchez was. He got a decent piece of that, but deflected it to the right side, evening the count at 1. It's very hard to get a hold on that fastball, as that one clipped Kuzik in the helmet there, in a scary pitch from Hanson. He's lucky that that didn't hit him in the face there. That was a high fastball that just cut in on Kuzik. And the face guard on his helmet protected him from getting domed on that one. So scary pitch there from Hanson, who hits a guy onto base. And Caden Hart, who drove in the game, tying RBI. Game tying run in the top of the 5th, steps back up to the plate. He deflects that one foul there. Tensions have been relatively high between these two teams during the last doubleheader at Little Falls. There's a ton of bickering between these two squads, and that has continued tonight, especially from the Diamond Dawgs side of the dugout, where we see some guys spilling out over it, sitting outside of it and bickering at Hanson. The Lumberjacks line has been a lot more quiet tonight, as Hart drives that one foul. Second time of the at-bat. He will be down here, 0-2 in the count. He was able to get that RBI single in a similar situation where he had 2 strikes against him. So really thrives when everything is against him. And he has 2 strikes on him. It's in these big scenarios where Hart really embraces the moment. With the payoff pitch here, he gets it past Hart. Another off-speed pitch that dove low and out of the zone,
Now
but
at
Hart
number
bit on it,
27,
and that is the
Justin.
second strikeout of the inning for Hassenstab. And that'll be the second out of the inning here. Hassenstab still with a man on first base in Kuzik after the hit by pitch. Will face Justin Hurd, who's had 2 strikeouts in this game so far. And he cuts through that one there. Another breaking pitch from Hassenstab, which simply dove into the dirt. But Hurd could not check his swing in time. So 0-1 count here for Hassenstab. And here with the delivery. He puts that one high there, trying to speed him up again. But Hurd does not bite on that one. 2 straight pitches outside of the zone. Hurd bit on the first one, but laid off the second. And here with the 1-1 count, 2 outs. Puts that one on the inside corner there for strike 2. Perfect location from Hassenstab. So 1-2 count, and he'll have a payoff pitch. So look to get out of this inning and give the Lumberjacks a walk-off opportunity in the bottom of the 7th. And he put that one just high there. Another breaking pitch from Hassenstab. That's very understated part of Hassenstab's game is his off-speed ability. And that gets past Hurd there. Went back to his bread and butter on the fastball. And it gets the Lumberjacks out of the inning as we head into the bottom of the 7th, where the Lumberjacks will have a chance to walk it off. We'll be back with that. We are back here with the bottom of the 7th. Lumberjacks with an opportunity to earn their second walk-off victory of the season. Last time they did so was against Glens Falls here at Hanson Aggregates Field off the bat of Miguel Gonzalez. Game-winning single to drive home Andy Perez. He will step up third in the upcoming order, as Garrett DeHart will open the inning for the Lumberjacks. Garrett DeHart has gone 0 for 2 tonight thus far. Strikeout and a flyout earlier in the game as Walter Garrett trots back onto the mound for a 3rd consecutive inning here, eating up some innings in this Mohawk Valley bullpen. As Garrett DeHart deflects that one back there, hit the umpire on that one. So DeHart able to see that relatively well, not able to barrel it up. The Lumberjacks, despite getting off to an excellent start at the plate in this game, their mojo has quickly dwindled as they have been able to plate a run in 6 innings. And that is taken for a ball there to even the count at 1. Wise decision there from DeHart. Garrett really put that in a good location. Hard spot for DeHart to get a handle on it. And with the 1-1 delivery, Nearly got into check swing on that one, but lays off of that one that went to the dirt. So 2-1 here for DeHart. No men on, looking to get the Lumberjacks started off well in this inning. And Garrett winds and delivers that as DeHart got a piece of that. That ball is tracking deep, and that ball is going to fall there. Center fielder falls down, and that's going to be relayed in as DeHart is in with a stand-up double. And he is going to be down after that. Looked like he rounded the base, and when he was trying to go back to second, rolled up on his ankle. He is limping around trying to shake it off there. Excellent piece of hitting from DeHart. Simply drove that ball way deep into that left center field gap, tracking more toward the center field area, but he is down right now. Howie Kraus coming over to assist him, and same with Connor Tapati. Kathleen Moffitt, the trainer for the Boonville Lumberjacks, coming out to assist him as well. And hope that DeHart is okay after taking that fall there. That was an excellent piece of hitting, and he will be helped off the field here. He is not putting any weight on that left leg. Looked like it was a lower leg injury for DeHart, especially after Triplett got injured in the last inning. This is a scary sight for the Lumberjacks, and just hope that DeHart is okay after taking that scary fall. That does not look good for the two-way player. He's again being helped off the field and back to the dugout. He isn't putting any weight on that leg. Niemela will pinch run for DeHart, but prayers for him. That was a scary moment here for everyone at Hanson Aggregates Field. Just hope that he's able to recover from that and it's not as serious as it looks. And after such an amazing piece of hitting from DeHart, it's the last thing that you want to see. So he was able to get this inning up to an amazing start for the Lumberjacks. But with one quick turn of events, it changes the whole entire mood at the stadium. But Devin Moran will step up to the plate here as he takes a low outside ball there to open the count. He will have an opportunity here, driving the game-winning run. Moran struck out in his last at-bat, but got a single in his first. He fouls that one back there. But this is, again, where the Lumberjacks can seal this victory. They squander an opportunity to drive Niemela home in scoring position. Could be devastating for this Lumberjacks team heading into the top of the 8th. Garrett delivers that as Moran again fouls that back there, so gets his second strike. But 0 outs again for the Lumberjacks, so they will have 3 opportunities to bring Niemela to the plate to win this game and take the second leg of this doubleheader. And this is a tight game between these two teams as he fires that to the shortstop there, who corrals it and is unable to get a throw off to first. Moran is able to get that grounder off with high velocity. If that got through the left field side, then that would have likely brought Niemela to the plate, or there would have been a play at home. But with 2 men on now, 0 outs, the pressure is mounting on Garrett at the mound. And that'll bring up Miguel Gonzalez, who again drove in that walk-off run during the Lumberjacks' first walk-off victory of the season against Glens Falls, and he is back at the plate here. No one else that you would want in this situation than the clutch kid himself in Miguel Gonzalez, and he drew a walk, open the count as he fires that one, and that is not going to get down. That fell just outside of the left field line. Excellent contact and idea there from Gonzalez, who nearly towed the line and pulled it down there, but it doesn't land fair, as that'll even the count at 1. Jacob Newland and Mason Rosmondo coming up next here for the Lumberjacks. Can absolutely not afford a double play in this situation. So by all means, Gonzalez will look to put this in the air rather than on the ground as he takes a second ball in the count. So 2-1 count to him. Garrett, the 2-1 delivery here. And he flares that one back. He's seeing the ball well. He hasn't whiffed on a pitch from Garrett yet. But Garrett will be in a payoff situation here and will look to put it past Gonzalez in what could be a key strikeout for the Diamond Dawgs. So here with the 2-2, Garrett winds and delivers as that one is flared back there. Miguel Gonzalez making solid contact again. Second straight foul ball. Gonzalez staying alive against Garrett. If he can put this ball in play, tee it up, could spell trouble for the Diamond Dawgs. And that one is put in the dirt there. Nearly got away from Cerise, but he did an excellent job of getting his body out in front of that ball, as that'll bring the count to full. And Garrett not going to want to walk Gonzalez here, as that'll load the bases with 0 outs. That'll almost certainly increase the likelihood that the Lumberjacks are going to be able to walk this off. So he'll need to deliver a strike in this situation, and Miguel Gonzalez should be looking for one here. Garrett winds and delivers and puts that one high there to load the bases with 0 outs. And Jacob Newland stepping up to the plate. Jacob Newland was the hero of last night's game, driving in that game-tying 2 runs off a double. He will have an opportunity to get his first walk-off of the season. In this scenario, Garrett, who has been excellent in this game so far, 3 scoreless innings, is struggling here as Newland fires it up the middle, and Garrett makes an excellent play out there, and they are able to get 2 outs, but Moran has come to the plate, and he is out there, as that is an insane play from the Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs. This is chaos here at Hanson Aggregates Field. A lot to unpack in that play there. Garrett made an excellent play at the mound, fielded that ball and made the right decision to give it right back to the catcher to get the force out. Cerise then fired it over to first base to get the second out, and Moran came rounding third, sliding into home in an attempt to get the game-winning run in what would have been a miraculous walk-off. But Cerise applies the tag, and they get a triple play. I have never seen that before in my entire life. What a fielding display there from the Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs, as they get everything they need in just one play. And that's all spearheaded by the effort of Garrett to react quickly to that ball that likely would have gotten right up the middle off the bat of Jacob Newland. And with that, he was able to initiate that triple play for the Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs as we head into extra innings at Hanson Aggregates Field. And that is so deflating for the Lumberjacks. It'll be interesting to see how they respond. They will have one more opportunity to strike back here. But for a team that has sustained 2 injuries late in this game and just squandered a literal perfect opportunity to get a walk-off win, I can't imagine how much mental fortitude they must have to get past that, as Hanson will return to the mound. But we will be back with that after we take a short break. We're back here in the top of the 8th. First inning of extra innings here at Hanson Aggregates Field. Riley Hanson checks that back there. And the Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs, obviously with a man on second base to open extra innings, will look to drive him home.
Stupid.
Hanson stop, and that is going to be delivered for a bunt there. And that is going to be a strikeout here for Sean Stoney to open the inning. So they'll have one out with a man still on second base here. So Sean Stoney off to a great start as he looked right through a strike there. And that is just still shocked by that fielding play from the Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs and how the Boonville Lumberjacks squandered that perfect opportunity to get that walk-off there. Hanson is the man on the mound to have, especially in a extra innings situation. He has been getting through this Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawg lineup with ease, and he continues to as he's struck out 3 straight batters in 4 out of his last 5. He's really in his groove at the mound as that one gets past Jacob Newland there, and he is going to stay at third base. That is Justin Hurd out there, so he's only 90 feet away from home. Will likely only need a sacrifice fly to drive him to the plate. Nico Cerise with a perfect opportunity to get the Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs ahead as he takes a ball there. So 3-1 count. Hitters count for him. Again, this is not a walk-off situation. And that is going to walk him onto first there. And runners will be on the corners with Hanson Aggregates on the mound. And that nearly got past Jacob Newland there again. Takes a ball there. So it's still runners on the corners. Hanson Aggregates hearing the banter from the Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs dugout, which is being extremely vocal right now. Very tense situation as Hanson Aggregates delivers that and is skied into the air as that is tracking into foul territory. Carter McKay will be unable to get there. And Hauk, he singled in his last at-bat, but has gone 1 for 3 tonight. He went 0 for 3. Apologies, 0 for 1 in the first game. He had 2 walks, but he does have 2 strikes against him here as he cuts through that one. What an excellent pitch there from Hanson Aggregates. Got him out ahead on it, and he couldn't hold back the check swing as that was clear as day that he went through with that one. And that'll bring up Ethan Hughes, the top of the Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs order, to the plate. And Hanson Aggregates puts that up for a ball there. Hughes 2 for 3 tonight. He also drew a walk as well. So 1-0 count for Hughes. And that one is delivered right down the pipe for strike 1. The at-bat 1-1 count here for Hughes. This is the man that you want at the plate if you're the Diamond Dawgs. And that one is put in the dirt there. Another one that got away from Hanson Aggregates. But Jacob Newland doing an excellent job of keeping that ball in front of him as a catcher with a man on third base in such a pivotal situation. That is the priority, and Jacob Newland is embodying that right now as he is putting his body on the line to secure this potential win for the Lumberjacks. And Hughes gets a piece of that one, deflects it foul, as Hanson Aggregates will be in a payoff pitch situation here. And here with the payoff pitch, runners on the corners and 2 outs. Hanson Aggregates delivers. Nearly got that past Hughes, but he topped it out and got a piece of that ball to stay alive. So 2-2 count. Hughes still in the batter's box. Blasted a home run to open this game. Can he blast it one to end this game as well? And that one is put right down the middle there, as that one gets past Hughes, left him frozen at the plate. And the best the Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs can do here is hope for a tie. But the Lumberjacks will have an opportunity to walk this game off after they squandered an opportunity in the bottom of the 7th. Hanson Aggregates works out of it despite a man being on second base. And they will have another opportunity here to win this game in the bottom of the 8th. Excellent work there from Hanson, who strikes out 3 batters in the top of the 8th, back-to-back to close out the inning. Hanson strikes again, and we'll be back with the Boonville lineup after this. And we are back here with the bottom of the 8th. I know that the camera just died. That one is fouled back there from Mason Rismondo. Lakeil Morris will be at second base here for the Lumberjacks. Lumberjacks have gotten so thin at this position that they are needing to go to Lakeil Morris as the base runner out there at second base as Cole Geedy comes to the mound to hopefully secure this tie for the Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs. And that nearly got Cole Geedy to fire it back to Lakeil Morris, who's playing some trickery out there. Second base. And that ball is delivered there right down the middle. And 0-2 count here for Rismondo as he cuts through that one for strike 3. And that is the first out of the inning here for the Lumberjacks. Bringing up Andy Perez in the top of the order here for them. This is the perfect time for them to be coming up in such a crucial situation for the Lumberjacks. Geedy winds and delivers that and puts it right down the plate for strike one. Cole Geedy. Another left-handed arm that Steve Luby exercises whenever he needs to. Again, Lumberjacks been blanked 7 straight innings. And a large part of that has been due to the contributions of Walter Garrett. Cole Geedy is looking to finish that off here. He winds and delivers that and puts it right down the plate for strike two. Andy Perez needing to protect here in this situation. And having a high contact guy, the great batting average is necessary right now for the Lumberjacks. As he nearly pulled that one down the third base line, but it just tracks foul there. Andy Perez again looking to protect the plate, and Geedy has a payoff pitch. With a man still on second, he winds and delivers that. Andy Perez pulls it again, but it just gets foul. He has the right idea, looking to put it right down the third base line, but it just hasn't landed. He's been out a little ahead. Baseball is a game won at the margins, and you really do have to focus on the little details, and he fouls that back there. That is his third straight foul ball. This is a monumental opportunity for the Lumberjacks. In such a tight game, this could be the turning point of a season and spearhead a winning streak or result in a slump as well. The Lumberjacks are in control of their destiny, and it lies at the bat of Andy Perez, who takes a ball low in the dirt. Andy Perez is not going to let himself get struck out here. He's too good of an eye at the plate. And with the 2-2 count, Geedy with another payoff pitch. Winds and delivers that and puts it just outside there. Geedy frustrated about that one. The Mohawk Valley Diamond Dog lineup erupts in anger after that. But it's not called, and Andy Perez able to lay off there. And this, what baseball is for, is Andy Perez gets jammed on that one, and that is skied into the infield for the second out of the inning. Andy Perez has some choice words for the catcher, Nico Cerise, and the Diamond Dog lineup after that. He took exception to something that they were saying to him, and Angel Santiago will be the last hope here for the Lumberjacks. It all lies on the shoulders of Hialeah, Florida local and Northwestern State Florida College rising sophomore Lakeel Morris on second. Santiago cuts right through that one. And Santiago takes a deep breath, looking to ground himself before taking the next pitch. The 0-1 count. He winds and delivers that, and that's high there. Santiago wisely lays off of the high fastball bait. So 1-1 count. Man on second base, 2 outs for the Lumberjacks. Geedy delivers, puts that one just high there. 2-1 count. Santiago has worked 2 straight balls here. The weight of the world on his shoulders. Santiago takes another ball there that just escaped the zone. Hitters count. Perfect opportunity for Santiago to drive in this game-winning run. Hitters count. Lakeil Morris on second. He takes ball there to walk him to bring up Alex Rodriguez. Pinch hitting for Chase Triplett, who sustained an injury last inning. Alex Rodriguez, this would be a perfect opportunity for him to break out and break that slump. He is at the plate here. Lefty matchup. Man on first and second base. Takes a first pitch ball there. This is the stuff that dreams are made of. You are Alex Rodriguez in this situation. You have to be living in the moment and excited that you get an opportunity to win this game for your team. And that one clips him there. He has some choice words for Guidi as he trots over to first. And that'll load the bases for Carter McKay. Steve Luby comes out to the mound to chat with Cole Guidi. Man, this game has been quite the contest. After the Lumberjacks were shut out in the first leg of this doubleheader, they have clawed and scratched to keep within striking distance. They have only gotten their 2 runs from the bottom of the first inning, have been held scoreless since then, with the bases loaded and Carter McKay at the plate. That could all change with one swing of the bat. Carter McKay, all he needs to do is put down a single to steal this game from the Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs. That one is put just outside there. 1-0 count. McKay, another lefty matchup. Guidi will likely hammer the outside part of the zone to stay away from the powerful McKay. And that is also delivered outside as he lost control on that one. And it is getting loud here at Hanson Aggregates Field. Commotion between both dugouts. They're getting extra rowdy as this game is wound down. So 2-0, shouts and jeers from both sides. Cole Guidi on the mound, Carter McKay at the plate. And he skies that one into the air. That is going to spell the end of the game, as the Lumberjacks and the Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs end this game in underwhelming fashion. What could have been, with all the fireworks around us, ends in a tie between the Lumberjacks and Diamond Dawgs. Diamond Dawgs won the first game of this doubleheader, and no one won the second, ending in a tie. The Lumberjacks be on tomorrow on the road. They are now 14-9-1 on the season, while the Mohawk Valley Diamond Dawgs moved to 13-10-1. There's been Grant Walters on the call tonight for the Boonville Lumberjacks. We'll be back next time. Don't forget, go Lumberjacks.